A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, Easy Aces. Mr. and Mrs. Ace are preparing to go to court to defend themselves in a $10,000 lawsuit brought against them by Mr. Neff. To Jane, it means buying suitable clothes to make her look like she can afford to be sued for $10,000. To Mr. Neff's young lawyer, it means everything, because it's his first case. Our scene now is in the Ace's bungalow a few evenings later, and we find Jane displaying some of the things she bought with Marge, an interested spectator. Listen.
Now, for the 10th day, I thought this off-the-face hat would make a nice contrast to these two turbans. It's very plain, but I think
that's a honey, Jane.
It's something like my first day hat, but I think they'll forget what I wear the first day when the 10th day comes around, don't you?
Perhaps. Try it on.
Oh, my hair is a sight.
Just to get an idea. Go ahead.
All right. But you see, this hat goes with my tailored suit. This dress isn't the thing to wear with that.
I understand. I just want to see Oh, that is lovely. I like that one the best.
You do? Better than my first day hat?
Yes, I think well, which is your first day hat? I'm a little bewildered by all
this. Well, it's this one. Where is it? The black and white one? Yes, here it is, this one. I thought this was the prettiest. That's why I decided to wear it first, so they can get the best impression. You know how they say.
First impressions are the best. You like that one best?
I think so. Now, wait, I'll take this one off and try this one on again. They're all nice, I think. I'm excited about this trial, and wait till you see the suit I'm having made. I went there today to try it on.
So soon?
That's just what he said. He said so soon. He said he couldn't possibly have the first try on until next Monday. So I just looked at the material again and kind of draped it over my shoulder like the coat's going to. Now, there. Now, don't you think this hat's the prettiest?
Well, I can't say that I do.
Oh, I do. Wait till I pose in it for you.
Pose?
Yes, like I look in it at the trial. Now, wait now. I'll stand right here in front of this chair. Like this. Now.
What's your hand stuck up in the air for?
You know, I swear to tell the truth, all the truth, eccentric. You know how they make you raise your hand?
Oh, I see. And that's your oath hat.
Yes, this is the... What?
That's the hat you're going to wear the first day when they swear you in, is that it?
Yes, this is the hat with the suit. Can you picture it?
Yes, I think I can.
Well, don't you think it's nicer than the 10th day hat?
Oh, don't you think you're dragging this trial out a little?
Beg pardon?
I say, don't you think you're taking for granted a little too much when you expect the trial to run as long as all that? The wheels of justice grind slowly, I know, but to make this trial run 10 days, they're going to have to take a lot of detours.
What do you mean? What are you trying to say?
I mean simply this. After all, this is a very simple case. It shouldn't take any judge as long as you think to come to some sort of decision. You're making a career out of it.
Oh, it's not as easy as you think. You should have heard our lawyer, Mr. Kelly. What he said...
I know what he said, but he's just trying to make it look hard so that when you do win the case, it'll be a feather in his hat.
Oh, I don't care what he looks like. I'm the one that has to look like something. After all, they're suing me.
And Ace?
Oh, him. He always looks nice. A man is different. They can wear a nice tie and they look good. Oh, unless he wants to wear his tuxedo.
No, I wouldn't bring that up if I were you.
Yes, I guess you're right. It's the hardest thing to get him to wear a tuxedo. And besides, I guess it would be better if he wore his gray suit. It'll make us look nice together with my dark suit.
Yes, you'll make a darling couple.
I think so. I guess we'll come down the aisle together, and I'll have my hand through his arm. Oh, I wish we could have some kind of rehearsal. Do you think they'd let us? Well, what's the matter with that? How about weddings?
I don't know. How about weddings?
Well, they have rehearsal at weddings, and it doesn't make any difference there if you look like a $10,000 or not.
You insist on looking like $10,000, do you?
Well, sure. If you think I'm going to have them take my picture, and then the headline in the paper will say, She's being sued for $10,000. Like they mean, look who's being sued for $10,000. Oh, no, not me. I've got some pride.
Well, perhaps there's something in what you say. I don't know. But I still think that 10th day hat is the best one of the lot.
Oh, I don't. Now, look, Marge, now, just picture it. Watch. Now, here I come. And that's another thing. Do we walk right down the aisle up to the chair where I raise my hand or not?
No, I think you sit at your lawyer's table until they're ready for you.
Oh, well, for that I ought to have something brighter, don't you think? I mean, just sitting there at a table, they won't be able to see just my blouse and my suit. Then when they call me to raise my hand, I can change into the suit.
I hardly think they'll hold up proceedings for that, Jane.
But Mr. Kelly said I could wear whatever I like. He does anything to keep me happy.
Yes, but Mr. Kelly can't ask the judge to stop everything while you change costumes.
Oh, I think he could. You know how they object and everything.
Yes, but you can't.
Well, while he's objecting and everything, I can slip out and change to my suit.
You think your suit's so vital?
No, it's an Oxford gray coat with a striped shirt.
I know. But I mean, the trial doesn't depend on it, does it?
It's my lawsuit suit.
Your lawsuit suit?
Yes, now just stop laughing. Do you realize that I'm being sued for $10,000? What's there to laugh about?
I'm sorry, Jane. There's really nothing to laugh about. It's quite serious being sued for all that money. That's why I think you shouldn't be concentrating so much on clothes as you should on the case itself.
But you have to look like you can afford to be sued for that much money, or what good is it?
What good is what?
What?
Let's drop it before it gets more complicated than it is. What did they say about all this?
Oh, he has nothing to say. He was there when Mr. Kelly told me to get whatever I wanted, and Mr. Kelly said I could take my time because he was going to see Mr. Neff's lawyer and explain to him that we can't be sued next week. Why, do you know they wanted us to go to court next week?
My, they're rushing things.
Yes, and I saw what that Mr. Neff was trying to do, get me to come into court in my everyday clothes and then have people laughing at me.
Oh, I don't think that Mr. Neff's interested in what you look like.
Oh, you don't know him like I do. He's just mad that Mr. Everett bought our lot instead of his.
No. Do you think he's mad about that?
Well, sure he is. That's why he's so... Oh, sarcastic, huh?
No, I'm not. Oh, there's Ace, I guess.
Oh, just a minute, dear.
Don't you think I'd better get all these hat boxes put away before he sees them and starts raising the roof?
Oh, he knows about them. You heard Mr. Kelly say I should get them.
Yes, I know, but just the same, something tells me.
Oh, hello, dear.
Hello.
You're kind of late, aren't you? Dinner's been ready for
I had
hours.
a long conference with this lame-brain lawyer of ours.
Hello.
Hello, Marge.
What's new?
Oh, well, it's...
Nothing very pleasant, I gather, from that face of yours.
No, nothing very pleasant ever happens to me.
Oh, I wouldn't say nothing. You put over one of the biggest real estate deals of your career, and then you say
Yeah,
that...
but what did it get me? A lawsuit.
Yes, but it also got you a $3,000 commission and $10,000 you didn't expect to make on top of that.
Yeah, $10,000 I'll probably have to turn over to this Neff guy if I'm a judge of lawyers. Why, my regular lawyer had to be out of town, and a town like this is more than I can...
What's developed? Jane tells me
Oh,
that...
Jane tells you. What does she care about whether we win the case or not? All she's interested in is looking like... what are all these boxes?
Hats.
Hats?
Yes, now don't start that. You heard Mr. Kelly
Hats?
say...
Oh, these are hats? Are you... Oh, you're trying one or two of them out and then sending the others back?
No, they're all hats, and I'm going to wear all of them.
You're going to wear all of them?
Yes, I am. A different hat for a different day.
A different hat for... What is she talking about?
Well, I think she has them classified, like the one she has on is her first day hat. Now, this white turban is the second day.
No, that's the third day, Marge. This blue is the
What's
second.
going on here? What are you doing?
I'm getting ready for the trial.
For the trial. I'm glad you used that word. Trial. Do you know what the word means? Trial, as in trial and tribulation. That's what it is. It's not a coming out party. A man wants to take $10,000 away from us, and you buy hats.
Now, dear, I don't want to have any trouble with you, but didn't you hear Mr. Kelly say I could wear what I wanted to? And I want to wear things that'll make people think I can afford to be sued for $10,000.
Isn't that awful? And if you walk into court with all these hats on, that they'll think you can afford
They certainly will.
Hats. Hats. Look at them.
Now, take it easy, Ace. After all, they're hats you can always
I
wear.
don't care. Let her wear them. You wear them in court.
Well, now, that's better.
Wear them all at once if you like.
All at once?
Yes. Come walking in with hats piled up on your head to the ceiling for all I care.
Oh, imagine wearing all these hats at
Yes,
once.
imagine it. Imagine you being sued for $10,000 and all you worry about is the hat you're going to wear.
Oh, that's not all I worry about.
Well, thank heaven for that.
I'm worried about the suit, too.
Well, thank goodness you're showing a little sense.
Oh, did you think I was only thinking about getting
I
hats?
didn't know, Jane.
Isn't that just like a man? There are things besides hats, dear.
Yes, I was hoping there would be.
Well, now, that's the nicest thing you've said.
Yeah, now about this suit.
Well, you're just going to love it.
Love it. Oh, yes, I'm crazy about it.
Oh, but you don't even know anything about it.
I don't, I know that the suit's being tried next week.
That's right. How did you know?
Because that's all I've been worried about.
Oh, well, now, don't you worry about it, dear. You just leave that to me.
If I left this suit to you, I'd be wearing stripes.
Well, that wouldn't be bad.
It wouldn't be bad.
I mean, for a contest,
Will you stop that? Marge, can't you do
I'm
anything?
afraid there seems to be a little misunderstanding.
There's no
here.
misunderstanding. The suit is being tried next week, and she says I'll be wearing stripes.
I didn't say you'd be wearing stripes. I said it wouldn't be bad.
It wouldn't be a fine time. You picked out for jokes. If you think this is a joke, you're mistaken. You heard me say that this suit's going to be tried next week.
I know, dear. Monday.
It's Tuesday, and that's not the point. I was hoping that we could put it off for a couple of weeks.
It's Monday, dear.
What?
Monday's the day the suit has to be tried.
I said it was Tuesday. I just came from my lawyer. He ought to know.
Well, I hate to get sarcastic here, but I just came from my tailor.
But Mr. Kelly told... Your tailor? Will you stop that laughing?
I can't help it. I tried to tell you it was a misunderstanding. She's talking about a suit she's having made for the trial.
A suit she's having made for the...
Yes. Now, what do you mean Mr. Kelly told you Tuesday? You mean the trial starts Tuesday?
That's what I mean, and you sit there talking clothes.
Tuesday? But you heard Mr. Kelly say I could take my time and get all the clothes I want.
He said he thought he could get the trial delayed a bit, but after talking it over with Neff's lawyer and Neff, he found he couldn't.
He couldn't? Well, if Mr. Neff thinks I'm going into that court looking like I can't afford to be sued for $10,000... Oh, no, I'll tell him a thing. I'll go up there myself.
You'll do nothing of the kind.
Oh, yes, I will. I'm going to get all the clothes that go with these hats. It was on account of me that you made the extra $10,000. It's just like my money.
Your money, so you're buying hats. Hats.
I'll buy all the hats I want.
You're letting your money go to your head.
Well, Jane got that conversation all balled up. We'll learn more about the complications that follow when next we meet the Easy Aces.
Mutual presents Arch Oboler's Plays. The Mutual Broadcasting System has the pleasure of presenting a special 26-week series of plays by radio playwright Arch Oboler. In this series, we hope to bring you dramas full of the excitement and the meaning of plays told in relation to the expanding world in which we live. Tonight's play, especially transcribed for Don Lee listeners, is titled Mirage.
Linda,
Yes, Carl?
I've been looking for you.
And I for you.
Look, Linda, this party, it's getting a little too much for me. It's a great night. How about a little walk on the beach, huh?
All right. But quickly, before someone changes my mind.
Get your wrap?
No. I'll let the moonlight keep me warm.
Oh, that air's good.
Careful. Night air.
You know, I never could understand the hunters. They build this place here on the shore, and then when they give a party, they seal the windows hermetically. Here, down this path.
Yes.
Boy, that breeze off the sea is good. Don't you think so?
Frankly, Carl, I didn't come out here for the air. I've been very anxious to talk to you. Very.
That's flattering.
It won't be when you hear why I want to talk to you. Carl, I've always liked you.
And are you?
Liking you, I've tried to understand you as you are, but must you be so antisocial?
Antisocial, me?
The Ransolis had a dinner party last night.
Oh, that. The office. I couldn't break away.
The Carters were expecting you the night before last at the theater.
Linda, I'm a businessman.
Carl, you can't disappoint people continually and expect them to have any regard for you.
My friends know I'm a busy man.
You and I belong to a set that demands certain social obligations from us.
I wonder if you know how pompous that sounds.
Pompous or not, it's the truth. Paul, you can't just ignore social obligations.
I'm here, am I not?
But you only last week at Pages.
Pages? Say, J.B. made a good thing out of International Motors last week. Must have cleaned up $250,000.
Someone mentioned your name, and this other person laughed and said, don't invite him unless you let him bring his stock ticket.
Idea, and that?
I hear the same about you wherever I go, Carl. There isn't a man I know who spends as much time at work as you do.
If that's what I want, why shouldn't I?
Carl, understand me. I appreciate the importance of money. After all, you could find time for your friends. Why do you laugh?
I just remembered why I wanted to be alone with you.
Well?
I was going to lecture you.
What?
Lecture? Really, I was. I was going to tell you that you've been burning the social candle at both ends, or words to that effect.
Really?
You are, you know. Bazaars and style shows and all that nonsense. But you took the offensive, so I forgot what I wanted to say. And that reminds me...
You're remembering a great many things, aren't you?
Yep. One of the things was to tell you that you're looking very lovely tonight.
Oh. The man's human.
You're irritated with me, aren't you?
I am? Oh, Carl. You could be an utterly charming man if you forget your stocks and bonds and debentures and all the rest of that for a while and start enjoying life.
Linda, now you've got me irritated. Just because my idea of living doesn't include a room full of jabbering idiots.
I think we'd better go back.
Now, wait a minute. Linda, let's call a truce on this. After all, we're a couple of mature people. Let's act maturely and leave each other alone and enjoy the night. How about it?
You're hopeless. But, all right.
Good. We'll get off on safe subjects. The sea, the weather, the moon, June, the number of days to Christmas.
Exactly.
We'll start with the sea. Calm, isn't it?
Don't walk so fast, Carl. Please.
Oh, I forgot. The sand must be ruining your slippers.
No. Beach is packed so hard, I'm quite all right. Just don't walk too fast.
Right. Fine place the hunters have here.
They do have successful parties.
Hunter bought this place right before 29. Tried to unload it all through the Depression. Couldn't get even enough to cover the land value.
Did you hear about Ivy's debut? Margaret naturally wanted to have it at Claremont, but Tom insisted on that country place.
Ah, poor Tom. Dropped plenty on that amalgamated merger. Amazing. Man of his experience not knowing that you can't disturb the capital investment of an organization
Now,
without...
just a minute, Mr. Lawson. If you're thinking of starting on capital investments again, I'd better remind you that this conversation is limited to, remember? June, moon.
What moon?
Of all the inconsiderate clouds I ever... Carl, what are you staring at?
I can't quite make out. Do you see anything down there? Near the water's edge?
Why... Oh, yes. Yes, there is something there.
It's so dark.
Carl, it moves.
I saw it.
Is it a dog?
I'm not sure.
Let's go closer.
No, Linda, wait. Linda, come back.
Carl, come quickly.
What is it?
Look, it's someone sitting on the sand.
Well, who in the world?
Oh, it's a drunk. Just someone who lost his way to the bar. Come on.
Oh, Linda, wait.
Wait for what?
I better see who it is and give him a hand.
All right. If you must play the Good Samaritan, go ahead.
I say there, fella.
What in the world is the drunken fool doing? Digging for clams?
I have to get closer. I say there, old boy. Going to get a little wet there when the tide comes in, aren't you?
Well, drunk and dumb.
I guess you're right.
Let's go on.
No, wait, please.
What?
The moon will be out in a minute. I want to see what he's doing. There. Now we'll... Why, it's an old man.
Writing in the sand.
What are you doing here?
Guess he just won't talk.
Well, how do you like that? Writing in the sand with the point of his finger.
Carl, I don't like this at all. Come away.
What is it?
Nothing. Nothing at all. If this old man wants to sit here in the dark in the sand, let him. Why does it concern us?
But what's he writing? I can't quite make out. No. The moon went under.
Carl, are you staying here?
Well, I'm sorry. I want to see what the man's writing. What are you writing, old man? Old man, don't you hear me talking to you?
Carl, you're being insufferable.
Linda, where's your curiosity? A deserted beach after midnight, an old man writing heaven knows what in the sand? Aren't you interested in knowing?
I'm not interested in maniacs. Who else but a psychopathic would sit
Linda, wait. The moon's coming through the clouds again. Now we'll see. You see it, too? He's writing names in the sand. Names of people.
Carl.
What is it, Linda?
His face.
What did you say?
Face. Did you see his face?
No, I didn't see it. Linda, what's the matter?
His face.
What about his face? Oh, those blasted clouds, I can't see. Light again. Well, there's nothing wrong with his face.
I thought...
Well, he's just an old man. Must be a gardener writing names in the sand.
I want to know who he is.
Well, now you're curious.
I want to know who he is, Carl.
And I'm certainly going to find out. Old man, we insist on knowing who you are. Do you hear me, old man? We insist. No attention. Must be deaf.
Clouds covering the moon. The sea so green. Carl, I'm cold. Let's go in.
No, if that isn't like a woman, 1 minute you're curious and the next minute you're cold. The moon's bright now. Now we can look. And look. You can see some of the names he's writing. John Barclay, March 2nd, 1941. Well, how do you like that? He wiped the name out, and he's writing another one.
James Ellison, March 2nd, 1942.
Wipe that out. Writing another one.
Name after name.
But why? Old man, can you hear me? Why?
What would he say?
Well, he's certainly not drunk. Eyes so bright, so intent on his work. And what work?
Carl, don't laugh.
What did you just say?
He seems so busy.
Linda, what is there about this old man that disturbs you? I think he's funny.
Carl.
A dirty little unshaven old man crouched over writing names in the sand with the point of his finger. That's a serious career, isn't it?
Carl, no.
A career for one's old age. No overhead, no competition, no profit. Sit in the open air and write in the sands of time. Linda, I tell you, when I get too old for Wall Street, I think I'll join this old man.
Carl.
Huh?
D-A-R. Look. Your name. He's writing your name.
Well, what do you know about...
D-A-R.
Well, the old fraud can hear.
Hill.
He must have overheard you say my name.
Carl. Your last name. He's writing that, too.
But that's impossible. He doesn't
He
know.
is writing it. L-A...
My name. He doesn't know who I...
G. Oh, how slowly he forms each letter.
How does he know? Why does he write?
What is it?
I don't know. I feel sick.
Carl.
Don't let me fall.
Old man, help me. Oh, please help me. My friend.
He's finishing.
He's ill.
My name. I can't breathe.
Oh, I can't hold you up. Help me. Oh, someone please help me. God. You're standing up again.
I feel all right.
What happened? Oh, why did you frighten me so?
My name. In the sand. Where?
The surf. It came in. Wiped it out before we finished.
Old man, why did you write my name? How did you know who I was? Answer me. Why did you write my name?
What difference does that make? You're ill. Let's get back to the house.
No. I feel fine. Sudden dizziness, but I'm all right. I want to know how and why.
He's writing again.
L-I-N. Your name. D-A.
Carl, take me home.
Wait. He can't possibly know your last name. J-E-F. He does know.
Carl, please, I don't...
F-E-R. Writing so slowly, as if he wasn't quite sure. But he does know it. Linda, how in the world do you imagine he knows? Linda.
God, help me.
Linda, what is it?
Hold me.
Yes. Yes, I'm holding it. Linda, in heaven's name, what is it? Linda. Linda. Linda.
Oh. Why are you holding me?
Oh, you were ill. Fainting.
I? What are you talking about?
Are you joking?
What is that a joke about? Please let go of me.
All right.
Oh, yes. My name. He was writing my name.
Yes.
Where is it? The sand. He's writing another name. Where's mine?
That wave must have washed it out before he finished.
Oh, I remember now. My heart. I couldn't see. Darkness. I was falling.
Yes. Falling.
Your face so white. God, why?
As he wrote my name, I felt as if I were dying. And then you felt that way, too, as he wrote your name, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
How cold it is here.
Cold.
He's still writing.
Oh, no.
The moon. Gone.
Carl, stay by me.
Yes.
He's still there.
Darker.
In the darkness. I can't stand it anymore. Oh, man. Who are you? Oh.
Linda, stay away from him. Don't.
No.
Linda, what is it?
No one.
What?
No one here.
But he was here. I saw him.
Carl, find him. Find him and talk to him. I've got to know. I've got to know.
Old man. Where are you, old man?
There he is. There. Far down the beach.
We've got to catch him. Come. Old man. Wait. Old man!
Old man, wait! I beg you.
Old man, wait! I want to talk to you. No.
I thought...
There he is.
Where?
The other way at the edge of the water. Old man! Wait! Wait, old man!
Wait for me, Carl. Wait. Please wait. Carl. Why did you stop?
No one. I thought I saw. But there's no one. If only the moon came out again.
Find him for me, Carl. Find him for me.
You blasted moon, come out, come out.
Old man, please.
Linda.
I heard. What?
Linda.
You laughing?
Yes, of course I'm laughing. What we just heard, the wind. Our friends back at the house.
Friends?
Yes, friends. That wind and the sound of them talking had cleared my head. I must have been out of my head all this time. And you too, Linda.
Our friends?
Yes, our friends. Back there, only a few hundred feet from here. Lights and music and reality.
This hasn't been reality.
Linda, all my life I've been a practical man. My life has been like my business. Everything has had debits and credits. This that's been happening to us... My head's clear now. I can think of it in practical terms.
Tell me.
We met an old man. Writing in the sand.
He wrote my name.
And mine, too. All that was real enough. Now then, how does he know our names?
Yes.
Simple enough. You and I are not unknown. He must have been an old gardener on the estate here. Yes, that's it. He heard of us and then heard us call each other by our given names, and so he knew the rest of it.
But when he wrote our names...
Yes. I know. The dizziness, it's all quite easily explained. Back in the house, the air was bad, and we came outside, both of us nerves on edge, too much fresh air, dizziness followed. Oh, why talk about it anymore? Let's go back to the house.
Yes, Carl. Yes, quickly.
Now, careful, not so fast, you'll fall.
I'm all right. Faster, Carl. I want to get back.
A drink, that's what I need, a drink. 2 or 3, a dozen.
It's very dark.
Infernal clouds. Let's stay along the water's edge, easier to walk.
Yes.
A fantasy of the night, that's all it was. We let our imaginations run away with us. Imagine things that didn't exist.
Oh.
Why do you stop?
Oh, God.
Why are you pointing?
It's writing again. He's there. Writing again.
Old man. Old man!
Carl, don't leave me. It's so dark. Carl.
Gone again. Gone again.
Take me back to the house. Quickly. Oh, quickly, don't stand there. We'll run,
Wait. The moon. Shining down so strangely. Everything's so strange. Yes.
Carl. At the edge of the water.
What?
Our names.
Our...
Names. Our names in the sand. See them?
Yes.
There's a date written after my name.
And after mine.
I can't see the date. What?
A wave that's coming. Linda, come back.
No, I've got to see.
Linda!
I saw.
I did. 2.
The date when I...
The date when I...
Oh, no.
No, it isn't true. It isn't. A date written in the sand, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't. Does it, Linda?
I didn't think it would be so soon.
You believe?
Yes.
I do, too, somehow.
But so soon.
No, I won't believe. I won't. I'm going to live a long time, 50, 60 more years. My family, they live long lives. My father, my grandfather. This can't be true.
Carl, don't be so afraid.
You're not.
Oh, I am. And yet, somehow it's wonderful.
Wonderful.
Yes, wonderful. What every person in the world wants to know. We know.
You and I.
It'll be spring that year. When I...
No, don't think of it that way. The wonder of it, Carl. Think of that.
I never thought much about the wonder of things.
How good the air is. Like wine. I've heard them call it that. I never believed a breath could be so wonderful.
If a man planned every minute that was left, how much he could do.
That's why I say it's wonderful, Carl. I know what I have left. I can plan the days, the hours, live each one because I know just how many of them I have. Carl. Oh, Carl. I'm almost happy now.
Happy?
Yes. Yes, why not? Now I'll do the things I wanted to do. Yes. Every one. Listen to them back there. I never really wanted that car.
But you always...
Because that was the path my mother had gone. The one she led me to. But all the time, the snobbery of money. Those silly little family destinies. I wasn't happy because it wasn't what I really wanted. I knew that. But I went on because always there was a tomorrow. I said to myself, tomorrow, some new tomorrow, I'll start the life I want. I didn't know. Now I know my tomorrows. Oh, Carl, I've got to start now. And so I will. And so I'm happy.
What?
A child, Carl. Yes. I want a child. There. I've said what I never thought to say. How I used to laugh at people with their children. Such clever, brittle talk. And all the time, my heart was in my eyes. A child. Listen. On the wind.
Yes.
It's the music of the night, Carl. Oh, look up. The stars are singing. They know I'm free. For a little while, I'm free. And you, Carl? What will you do?
I? What will I do?
Yes. What will you do tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow morning. I'll go back to my business, of course. My business. No.
Why, you're holding me.
Yes, Linda. Linda, you and I, we've got to be together.
Oh, Carl.
You're right. There can be happiness in it. For these days and months were free. I haven't ever been free, have I? The cage of my business, money. I am free now. Yes, I am. Travel, Linda, you and I. The world. We'll climb up to these singing stars of yours. When I was a boy, I always thought I'd do that. Travel. Free. This little world, all of it, mine to know and have. I thought there was plenty of time to start. Tomorrow, there'd always be a tomorrow for me. Yes, I was immortal. I thought that really. We do. Most of us do, don't we? Everybody else in the world would live their lives and die, but I, always inside of myself, I thought I'd live forever. And so I climbed into a cage and stayed there.
You're holding me so close.
You and I, Linda, together, free, until that day. Say it.
Oh, my dear. Why did it take death to teach us how to live?
You have just heard Miss Joan Blaine and Mr. Raymond Edward Johnson in Arch Oboler's play, Mirage. Next week at the same time, Mutual Don Lee will bring you the next play of the series. It is titled Profits Unlimited. The program notes state, this is a play about a future that should never happen. It is not about another war or atomic bombs, but about people and a strange inheritance. Directed and produced for Mutual Don Lee by Arch Oboler. Tonight's play by Arch Oboler was transcribed. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time.
We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock.
Today.
The passage of time has made a profound difference in the habits of the human race. But there are isolated spots where time could just as well have not existed for all the impression it has made. And there are people whose minds remain as savage and as barbaric as they were 10,000 years ago. But I have often wondered, just how great is the gap between these barbarians and ourselves? I have found the answer in a startling document which is known as The Scientific Observations of a True Barbarian by Professor Leonard Higgens.
A scientific document must be written in great detail, and so I'm setting down these observations in longhand for posterity. A few facts concerning myself may be in order to begin with, however, before we proceed to the experiment. Leonard Higgens is my name, professor of anthropology at Franklin University. Age 47, married, no children. My wife is a most intelligent woman, and so it was only natural for me to broach the subject to her when the thought first entered my head.
But it sounds fantastic, Leonard.
Only because the notion is new, but it's logical. And I'd like to try the experiment with one of the hedgefingers of South America.
Hedgefingers?
Deep in the jungles lives a tribe of savages whose instincts are no higher than the jaguars that roam through the same area. Now, it's the habit of this tribe to decapitate their enemies and shrink their heads to the size of an orange. The process is known only to them.
Oh, do you propose to bring one of these people into this house?
I hope to civilize this native girl completely within 2 months and disprove the theory that time alone can create the change between barbarism and civilization.
I think it's a dangerous idea, Leonard. I don't like it.
Oh, I'm sorry you feel that way. You see, Alice, my mind is set on it. I'm in the midst of my sabbatical vacation now, and I've time to get away. I wish you'd be reasonable about it and see my point of view. I need your help.
My help? In what way?
I want this savage to have the influence of a woman as well as a man. And you needn't be afraid, Alice. I'll have her well subdued and on her way to modern civilization even before we arrive back. I arrived at my destination on Sunday and put in a call for Senor Ballers, who appeared at my hotel room an hour later. I then outlined my plan to him and asked for his cooperation.
This is very difficult, Senor Professor.
I know it is. That's why I called on you. I believe you told me once that you traced part of your recent ancestry back to these aboriginal tribes.
See, but that does not make me one of them.
Oh, of course not.
These people are savage. They hate all outsiders. It will be difficult to contact them.
But can you do it?
Perhaps, but you must buy some trinkets for me, bracelets, rings, anything that would interest a barbarian woman.
I'll do that now.
You say you want a young girl?
Yes, about 20. She must accompany me with the full permission of her family, of course.
Oh, naturally.
And she must be bright. You see, I intend to teach her English, and she must be quick to learn.
I understand.
How long do you think it will take you to make this trip?
Oh, perhaps 2 weeks.
Be careful. I don't want anything to happen to you, Barlos.
Nothing will happen to me, senor. I know these people well. But if you will permit me to say so, it is you who must be careful after I return with the girl.
Barlos was as good as his word. And exactly 2 weeks later, he returned, his task complete. Her name was Tiki, and she was extraordinarily pretty. She was still in her native dress when he brought her up to my room. And she looked like some tropical animal, straight from an Amazon swamp.
Senor Higgens, this is Tiki.
Well, how do you do?
She understands no English.
Oh, of course. How stupid of me. How old is she?
22.
And her family?
She has none. She lived alone with her tribe.
Her racial background seems to be Indian.
Si, senor. But no one knows exactly where these Indians came from. They are nomads, have been for centuries.
Yes. She looks gentle enough for a head shrinker.
Yes.
You see, she smiles at you. She likes you, Professor.
Her teeth seem to be filed.
Professor Higgens, I must warn you once more. This girl is unpredictable. She must be watched.
Well, I've every intention of following all precautions. And there was one more thing I want you to do for me, Barlos. Give me a complete vocabulary list of her language. I take it she doesn't understand Spanish.
No, her only language is the language of her tribe.
Well, if I have most of the vocabulary, I'll be able to teach her a little English. And that will be the beginning of her education. And the end of her barbarian habits.
I'll have the list for you by tomorrow, senor.
Fine. Tomorrow night we'll leave for home. What's she carrying in that goatskin?
Some clothes, senor. And this.
It's a shrunken head.
See, and it's a present, senor, from your new pupil.
The trip home by plane was uneventful, and I was very anxious for my wife to meet her. The souvenir she gave me, I naturally hid away. I didn't want Alice to be frightened in any manner, and I intended to keep the object for study. Alice was waiting for us in the living room when we arrived, and she seemed to be pleasantly surprised. This is Tiki, Alice.
Tiki? How do you do? Yes.
She only knows 1 or 2 words of English.
What on earth is she doing?
Oh, just taking off her shoes. She doesn't like them.
She really doesn't seem to be as savage as I thought.
Oh, she's very interesting. I was able to converse with her for a bit in her own language. And her tribal customs are rare indeed.
Well, we'll give her the guest room for the time being.
Oh, fine.
And I've prepared some lunch for both of you. Why not have a bite before you both unpack?
Oh, good idea. Tiki, eat?
Eat? Yes, much eat.
There you are. She's practically a linguist. Let's sit down, shall we?
Did you have a pleasant voyage back, Leonard?
Oh, yes. Tiki likes to fly.
Tiki seems to be amenable to almost anything. Leonard.
Yes, my dear?
She's eating with her fingers.
Oh, naturally. I haven't taught her how to use a knife and fork.
Well, then suppose we begin right now.
No. Let's wait for that. One thing at a time, Alice.
What's wrong with her teeth?
They're filed. It's a sign of beauty in her tribe. And also rather convenient. They dine mainly on raw meat.
Well, that chicken's cooked and she seems to be enjoying it. Here, Tiki, let me take your plate and give you a helping of...
Tiki, no. You shouldn't have done that, Alice.
Shouldn't have done what?
Take her plate that way. She thought you were trying to take the food away from her.
But she reacts just like an animal.
And for the time being, we must remember that's exactly what she is.
How can we trust her when she reacts that way to a simple gesture?
You leave Tiki to me. We'll all get along. Right, Tiki?
Yes.
The weeks went by in which I managed to teach Tiki quite a bit of English. I was beginning to think my experiment would work, and she'd soon become a civilized young lady. When the first of a series of unhappy incidents occurred.
Is she asleep, Leonard?
Oh, yes. Tiki's been in bed for over an hour.
I think you've done wonders with her English. I can almost get a halfway decent conversation out of her now myself. Oh, she's really quite harmless. I'm almost ashamed of myself now for behaving so timidly.
I've got big plans for Tiki, and I'm sure they'll make her happy. I want her to develop like an ordinary civilized girl.
I was thinking I'd have Bob Williams in for dinner one evening. I'd like her to see how modern young people behave.
Yes, Bob Williams is an excellent suggestion. He's a smart young man, and I think he'd accept her tolerantly.
Yes. Well, I think we ought to turn in, shall we?
All right.
We'd better put the cat out. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty.
Oh, she's probably in the cellar. I'll go down and see.
Oh, I'll go with you, Leonard.
Is the front door locked?
Yes, dear.
Oh, I'm glad we're turning it early. I'm tired. You stay here at the head of the stairs, Alice. This bulb's blown, and I haven't replaced it. I'll go down and switch on the other bulb.
Be careful, Leonard. It's so dark.
No, I'm all right. Now, where's that switch? Oh, yes.
Is the cat there, Leonard? Leonard?
No, Alice. You go to bed. I'll join you in a moment. The cat isn't here. The cat was there. She was lying on the cellar floor near the furnace. She'd probably been dead for several hours. But the thing that startled me the most, the thing I didn't want my wife to see, was that its head was missing.
Time is one thing that can't be hurried, and it's dangerous to try. But there is nothing that is half as risky as an attempt to change a leopard into a mouse.
The following day, while Alice was shopping, I had a talk with Tiki. I didn't censure her or scold her. That would have been bad psychology. I only questioned her as though I were only mildly interested in what she'd done. Tiki.
Yes?
What happened to our cat?
Cat?
You know, the small animal, the kitten.
Meow. Oh, cat. A fixed head for you.
You took the head to shrink it?
Yes.
How?
I'll tell you.
I know it's against your principles to give away the secret of the shrinking process, but I'm curious to see how it's done.
You want fixed head?
I want to watch you do it.
Alice come back?
Oh, no, she won't be back for quite a while.
Come, I show.
She took me to a spot in the woods about 200 yards behind my house. She had a cauldron there, burning over a slow wood fire. Inside the cauldron was a sticky mess of roots and leaves and mud. And inside the mess I found what I expected to find. How long have you been doing this, Tiki?
Start last night.
Then you must have sneaked out of the house.
Make fire. Must burn 3 days. Fixed head.
3 days, eh? Well, Tiki, you don't know it, but science has been mighty curious about this process of yours. And you're going to give me the entire formula.
Formula?
Yes. What inside here?
You want to know?
Very much.
I tell you, maybe.
I told Alice the cat had strayed away and made certain that Alice never went nosing around outside in the woods. As long as Tiki had confined her experiments to an animal, I wasn't too worried. Although, of course, I didn't condone the experiment in any form. However, Tiki didn't get into any mischief after that event. But Alice did.
I've invited Bob Williams over tomorrow night, Leonard.
Oh, have you, Alice?
Yes, dear, I thought that's what you wanted me to do.
Oh, I don't know. I've been wondering. Bob might be a little startled with the girl.
Oh, but she's improved so much.
Yes, I suppose she has.
And she's really just as gentle as a lamb. She even seems to have taken up sewing.
Sewing?
Yes, I found these needles in her room. They're odd-looking things, and they have no eyes.
Let me see those, Alice. Did you find anything else?
No, dear. Why?
Oh, no reason.
Are they really needles, Leonard? I just can't imagine.
These are barbs, Alice.
Barbs?
Jungle natives use them in their blowguns.
You mean they're part of a weapon?
A very dangerous weapon. They're tipped with poison before they're used, a deadly poison. It can finish off a panther inside of 15 seconds.
Leonard, we ought to get rid of her.
Well, now, you've said that before, Alice, and you've always changed your mind.
But this is different. Our very lives may be in danger.
I've handled her well enough up to now, Alice. Let me do this my own way. I'll talk to Tiki about these barbs sometime tonight. That evening, while Tiki was still at dinner with Alice, I excused myself a little earlier than usual and went up to her room. I gave the place a thorough search. And just as I found what I was looking for, Tiki came in. Oh, hello, Tiki.
Why, you here?
I was looking for something. This.
Juice. Strong juice. You keep...
Yes, I'll keep it.
Tiki, have more.
Tiki, this stuff is very dangerous. I don't like you to fool around with it.
I no hurt you.
That's beside the point. You're growing up now. You're learning fast. You shouldn't even want to keep this stuff.
You angry, Tiki?
Oh, no, of course not. Oh, I don't know what I'm going to do with you. You're as guileless as a child and as dangerous as anything I've ever met.
You like Tiki?
Of course I like Tiki. And I certainly don't approve... What are you doing?
Tiki like you?
I don't think you should put your arms around a man, Tiki. But...
No?
Especially a married man.
Tiki no like your wife. Tiki like you.
No, wait.
Tiki like you very much.
Tiki had her arms around my neck, and she was pressing her cheek to mine. It was ridiculous. I was over twice her age. But I must admit, in all fairness, that she was very provocative. The following evening, Bob Williams came over for dinner. After dinner, Alice and I retired to the living room, leaving Bob and Tiki alone on the porch outside. I could hear them rocking quietly on the swing, and for some odd reason, it annoyed me. What time is it, Alice?
9:10.
Don't you think it's time that young man should be getting home to bed?
At this hour? He only arrived at 6.
Yes, I know. Still, I don't like Tiki to stay up too late. It interferes with her work the following day.
Leonard.
Yes?
Have you ever noticed the way she looks at you?
Tiki?
She seems to be getting very fond of you. Almost too fond, I should say.
Oh, don't be silly, Alice. The girl admires me because I'm her instructor. That's all there is to it.
I think it's more than that.
Oh, you're wrong.
Remember, dear, underneath it all, she's still a savage. And savages don't control their emotions in any way.
I rather resent that, Alice.
What?
You heard me.
You were shouting at me, Leonard.
Well, I didn't mean to shout, but you've no right to refer to Tiki as a savage.
Please, Leonard, we'll discuss this some other time. I don't want Bob to hear us.
I think that young man ought to be on his way home, and I've half a mind to remind him of it.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Higgens. I'll have to leave.
So soon, Bob?
If you want me to be frank about it, I'm sorry I even came.
Oh, why?
The girl is nothing more than an uncivilized doll. Had no right to ask me.
Now, just a minute, young fellow.
Bob, what's wrong with your hand? Why are you holding your handkerchief to your wrist?
Would you like to see? Here.
You've been hurt.
I was bitten.
What?
Yes. She bit me like a dog, and for no reason. I had my hand on the back of the swing, and I was talking. Suddenly, she leaned over and sunk her teeth into my wrist.
Bob, that's horrible.
Are you sure that you didn't annoy her?
Annoy her? That's rich. Really, Professor Higgens, You must think I'm some kind of an animal myself.
Where is Tiki? Out in the swing?
No, she ran away behind the house. When you get hold of her, I suggest you put a muzzle on her and slap her into a cage.
Tiki was wrong, of course. But I had a very strange reaction. When I looked at Bob's lacerated wrist where her pointed teeth had made 4 tiny holes, I almost felt relieved. And suddenly I knew why. I was jealous of Bob and of everyone else. From that point on, I just let myself go. Maybe there was something a little savage in all of us. Maybe it was just because there was something wrong with me. But I became like Tiki. Wild, cruel, vicious. And then she led me exactly where I always knew she would lead me. Tiki.
Yes?
What are you doing?
Milk point for juice.
Stop sharpening that, Bob.
You angry, Tiki?
Tiki, you can't go through with this.
Why?
Because it's murder. I'll stand for anything, but not that.
As long as she stay, Tiki no like.
But we can't kill her, Tiki. She's done nothing.
Alice must die. No other way.
I'm not going to let you go through with this, Tiki.
Then you leave with me?
Leave?
We go back to jungle together?
Oh, no, I can't do that.
Then Tiki get rid of Alice?
Oh, wait. I'll go away with you, if you want me to.
Now?
In a day or so.
Too long.
But I just can't leave on the spur of the moment. I need money and other things besides.
Tomorrow we go. Or you never see Tiki again.
Oh, don't say that.
Tomorrow we go.
All right, Tiki. Tomorrow we go. But I was a fool. I knew Tiki wouldn't keep her word. She was a savage. She knew no mercy. For that matter, neither did I. And I realized it when I found Tiki in Alice's room. Tiki!
Alice no more?
You've killed her.
No more. She no can follow us.
Did you use a dart?
Yes. It worked fast. She died quick. You happy, yes?
Very happy, Tiki.
Now you and Tiki both alike. We kill. We love.
Yes, Tiki.
Tiki teach you jungle. You be just like Tiki. You even let her file your teeth.
Yes,
You try to make Tiki like civilized lady, but Tiki make you like jungle man.
That's just what you've done to me, Tiki. You've made me part of the jungle.
Come close to Tiki. Tiki wants you to hold her in your arms.
Oh, you're wonderful, Tiki. You're wonderful and exciting and horrible all at once.
Kiss Tiki. Kiss Tiki hard.
Well, that just about ends my experiment. And I've drawn some excellent conclusions. For one thing, I know how dangerous it is to play with jungle fire. For when you're burned, the scars will never heal. I've called the police, but it's obvious that they won't arrive on time. They'll find Tiki, but they won't find me. Her jungle instincts were stronger than her love for me. For she's prepared another cauldron. And I can see her standing behind me now in the mirror above my desk. She has a small bamboo blowgun in her mouth. She's an excellent shot. It's too bad, though. Yes, it's too bad. For science, I mean. I never actually found out the secret of head shrinking.
Yes, it is dangerous to hurry time, especially where the jungle is concerned. And if you don't agree with me, you might reread the scientific observations of a true barbarian, by the late Professor Leonard Higgens.
The Clock will be heard next week, same time. It is written by Lawrence Klee and narrated by Hart McGuire. As Professor Higgens, we heard Leonard Bullen, with Lyndall Barber as Mrs. Higgens, Melpo Zaracosta as Tiki, and Ray Barrett as Bob. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
John was here in this room. I saw him and talked to him. He had a message for me. And while he was here, the room was filled with the odor of musty roses.
Another Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the unusual story of Apparition. In the midst of a circle of tall, moaning pines spreads an old mansion. On the second floor, a low light burns in a large bedroom, the bedroom of Elizabeth Kemper, the elderly mistress of the mansion. Mrs. Kemper's husband, John, died suddenly a year ago and left his entire estate to his wife, Elizabeth. Shortly after John's death, Elizabeth brought her husband's sister, Bertha, and Bertha's daughter, Celia, to live with her. Since John's death, Elizabeth's health has gradually failed and she has taken to her bed. In the meantime, Elizabeth's only sister, Mary, has come to live in the great house, and Mary's son, Herbert. Now, long past midnight, Elizabeth tosses in her bed and mumbles.
John. What is it? What do you want? Why don't you say it?
Suddenly, Elizabeth's door bursts open, and Bertha moves into the room and stands beside the bed.
Elizabeth? Huh? Oh, Elizabeth! It's Bertha. Oh, Bertha. Oh, yes, Bertha.
Why did you scream?
Scream? Did I scream?
Yes. Just as I came in the room.
You must have frightened me.
Were you dreaming?
No, I don't think so. But I don't know. I thought John was here.
John? You thought John was here?
Yes. Standing there beside the bed.
Elizabeth, I saw him too. Just a moment ago.
What?
In my room.
Oh, but that's nonsense. Why should he always appear to you?
I'm his sister.
Yes. Yes, of course.
John was trying to tell me something. Something about you.
What?
He was trying to tell me that you should listen to him.
Listen to him?
Something about the property.
What about the property?
He says he made a mistake.
Mistake?
He says he wasn't killed accidentally. He did it deliberately. He committed suicide.
Suicide? Why should he have done that?
He hasn't explained that. But he says now he knows the truth about everything. He knows that his reason for hating me and cutting me off in his will was unfounded, and he's sorry. He's been trying to reach you, but you aren't receptive.
You claim you've seen John every night since the day he died.
I have, Elizabeth. I swear I have.
I've seen him many times in my dreams. But why doesn't he tell me what he wants?
Some night, Elizabeth, John will reach you in your waking moments. Then you'll believe me.
I can't understand it. He didn't like you, and he told me so. Why should he change now?
Perhaps it would be best if Celia and I left you.
Why should you want to leave all of a sudden?
You have your own sister and her son Herbert. You won't be alone.
If I only knew what John was trying to say to me.
I've told you what he's been saying to me.
Mother, is anything wrong?
We heard someone scream. At least I thought I did.
No, nothing's wrong. Go back to bed.
Elizabeth, what is it?
What's what, Mary?
Oh, dear me, I heard someone scream.
What was it? Are you all right, Elizabeth? Yes, Mary. I had a nightmare, that's all.
Oh. Well, I was worried.
Better go back to bed, all of you. I'll be all right.
Yes. Yes, come along, everybody.
I'll see you in the morning.
Good night.
But, Mother, why do you keep frightening Aunt Elizabeth by telling her about Uncle John?
I'm not frightening her. She should know the truth.
But she is frightened. Why, she's getting worse and worse. Are you sure you have seen Uncle really?
Do you dare suggest that I'm lying? Is that what you mean, Celia?
No, Mother. I didn't mean that honest.
It's better. And don't you ever say such a thing again.
But why doesn't he appear to Aunt Elizabeth? She only dreams about him.
That's something that can't be answered. There are those who are gifted with the powers to see those who have departed. See them and talk with them. I'm one of those so gifted. Do you understand?
Yes, Mother.
John is trying to get a message to Elizabeth about me. And because he finds it difficult to reach her, he's chosen me as the medium.
What is the message?
He left me nothing in his will because he hated me and thought I hated him.
But you did.
I did not. It was his imagination. But now he's learned the truth. Now he knows I had nothing but his best interest at heart. He's trying to tell Elizabeth to leave all the estate to me. And he will continue to return to this house until his mission is accomplished. Then his soul can rest in peace.
I'm frightened, Mother. I don't want to stay here another day. I can't stand it here.
You stay here until I'm ready to leave. Do you hear me?
Yes, Mother. I hear.
Now stop this nonsense and go to bed.
Yes, Mother. I'm sorry.
You'd better be.
In another part of the great house, Herbert is talking with his mother, Mary, Elizabeth's own sister.
Now, Mother, get hold of yourself.
Oh, I'm terribly frightened, Herbert.
Why should you be frightened? Nothing can harm you. What have you to be afraid of?
Oh, there's something awful in this house. I can feel it. I don't want to stay here any longer. You must leave before it's too late.
I'll admit that strange things are going on, but I'm not ready to leave here. Not just yet.
We don't belong here, Herbert.
Elizabeth is your own sister.
I don't think John wants us here.
You really believe that John's spirit is walking around this place every night?
Well, what else?
Then why doesn't he say what he's trying to say and get it over
Well,
with?
I can't stay here much longer. I'll lose my mind.
I can imagine John's not wanting Bertha here, since he stipulated in his will that Aunt Elizabeth must never give Bertha $1 of the estate. But what's he got against you? Nothing.
Oh.
You didn't say that Elizabeth couldn't leave you a part of it.
All I want to do is to get out of this house.
Well, I don't feel that way about it. Why should you walk out and leave everything to Bertha?
Well, that's why John's staying around here. He doesn't want anyone here.
Well, ghost or no ghost, I'm not walking out at a time like this.
Then I will. I'm leaving here tomorrow.
Oh, no. No, you're not leaving. We're both staying until Aunt Elizabeth makes her will. You're staying here whether you like it or not. You hear?
Yes, Herbert. But nothing good will come of it. I'm convinced of that.
No? Well, we'll see about that. Good night, Mother.
An hour later, Mary has finally dropped off to sleep. Then, as the clock strikes 3, a figure in white slips into Mary's room and stands beside the bed. Slowly, Mary opens her eyes and stifles a scream.
Who is it? What do you want?
I want to talk to you, Mary.
Bertha.
I have a message for you.
Yes, sir?
Yes. John is here, standing beside me.
I don't see anyone.
He is here.
What is the message?
John says that Elizabeth is planning to leave the estate to you. But he's learned the truth. He knows that his dislike for me was unfounded. He wants the estate left to me because it's rightfully mine. And he'll never be able to rest in peace until that is accomplished.
Oh, I don't want it. I don't want any part of it.
Then if you want to escape this torment, you must convince your sister that John made a mistake. If you accept any part of it, John will never let you rest. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
Very well, we'll leave you now. Good night.
Elizabeth, wake up.
Oh, what?
Wake up.
Oh, Mary, what's wrong?
You're shaking like a leaf.
He was in my room.
Who?
John, he was in my room.
Mary, what are you saying?
He had a message. He said you were planning to leave the estate to me, according to his will. But he made a mistake about Bertha. He wants you to leave it to her, so he can rest in peace.
Mary, are you out of your mind?
No, you must believe me. I don't want any part of the estate. Oh, please, promise me. Leave it to Bertha and have done with it. I refuse to accept it.
Get control of yourself, Mary.
I'm leaving here in the morning. I'm frightened. And if you had any sense, you'd leave, too. If you stay here, you'll go mad.
Very well, Mary. If that's what you call gratitude, you can go.
Oh, I'm sorry, Elizabeth, but I won't remain another night.
Are you sure you saw John?
Well, no. No, but he was there in my room.
Did you talk with him?
No, that is,
Then how do you know he was there?
Well, Bertha told me he was there.
Bertha? Was she there, too?
Oh, yes. She told me what he wanted. He said he couldn't reach you.
Oh, why should John appear to everyone but me?
Oh, I don't know. But I know he was there. I could sense it. I tell you, there was someone in the room with Bertha. It must have been John. Oh, let Bertha have the estate or something terrible will happen to all of us. Oh, please, Elizabeth.
Go to bed, Mary. We'll talk about it tomorrow.
Yes, Elizabeth.
Next day, Herbert goes into town and pays a visit to Henry Wentworth, Elizabeth's attorney. Wentworth was also John's attorney for many years and was familiar with the family for 2 decades.
Mr. Wentworth, you drew John Kemper's will.
Yes, I did.
Have you any idea why he cut his sister Bertha off without $1?
No, but in the last 5 years, John turned against Bertha. Turned against her violently.
Why?
I don't really know. She was his only sister, and he had no brothers. It was very strange.
What happened to Bertha's husband?
Well, he died about 5 years ago. Committed suicide. He worked for John at one time. Then John set him up in a business of his own. Thought he went to the wall on the crash at 29, lost every penny. Just couldn't take it, so he killed himself.
He left nothing?
Nothing but an insurance policy to his wife, Bertha. Didn't amount to much, $5,000, I think.
Were John and Bertha's husband on good terms?
Apparently the best of friends.
How did Bertha's husband die?
Took poison. Overdose of sleeping tablets.
Oh, I see.
But from the day Bertha's husband died, John, her brother, seemed to turn against Bertha and sharply changed his will, cutting Bertha off. I was the only one who knew about it until the will was read.
Have you any idea why he changed the will?
No, none whatever. It was none of my business.
Yes. Well, thank you, Mr. Wentworth. I appreciate your telling me this. Good day.
Then Herbert pays another visit, a visit to Dr. Martin, formerly John Kemper's physician. Dr. Martin is at first reluctant to talk, but finally answers a few questions.
Doctor, you were John Kemper's physician for many years?
Yes, that's right.
Uh-huh. Was there anything wrong with him?
You mean, was he unbalanced?
No. Did he have any severe ailments?
Well, no. The last year or so he seemed to change considerably, though. Became a bit morose.
Anything wrong with his heart?
Well, yes and no.
Yes and no?
Well, he began to suffer from severe headaches. Took to using a lot of aspirin. Of course, too much of anything's bad.
He was killed in a car wreck.
Yes, he'd been to the city and was driving back home late at night. Drove off into the ditch.
Did you attend him?
I saw the body shortly after the wreck. Been dead about an hour, badly smashed up.
Was it his heart?
Oh, could have been, but I think he went to sleep at the wheel.
Was there an autopsy?
No, it was obvious how he died. His skull had been crushed in.
Mm-hmm. Who had he visited in the city on business?
I don't know. I never thought about it.
Where is John Kemper buried?
In the family vault at the edge of his own estate. Didn't you know that?
Huh? Oh, yes. Yes. I'd forgotten. Well, good day, Doctor. And thanks for the information.
Then later that night, the household prepares to settle down to sleep. One by one, the lights go out in the various rooms. Now only that in Elizabeth's room remains.
Will there be anything else, ma'am?
No, Higgins. That'll be all. Has everyone gone to bed?
Oh, yes, ma'am. They've all retired. Is the milk warm enough?
Yes. Good night, Higgins.
Good night, ma'am. I hope you rest well tonight.
Thank you, Higgins.
The moon bathes the estate in its eerie glow. The big clock strikes off the hour. Then, in the distance, there is the howl of a dog. A mournful howl of impending doom. John's dog crying in its loneliness. Across the lawn from the family vault walks a haggard figure in the moonlight. A figure with long white hair walking toward the house. Then a few moments later, the weird figure appears in Mary's room, stands in the shadows, and points at Mary.
What do you want? Who are you?
I am John.
John? Oh, good heavens.
I've come back to talk to you. You must hear me.
I hear you.
I made a great mistake in life. I hated my sister, but I know all things now. Bertha's a good woman. I'm doomed to walk this place without rest until I've made amends. Do you understand?
Yes. Yes, I understand.
If Elizabeth refuses to listen to my pleas and leaves this estate to you, you will never rest a moment under this roof. For I can never leave. It rightfully belongs to Bertha, and to her it must go.
Oh, I don't want it. I don't want any part of it. I won't stay here. I promise. Just let me alone.
I will. If you and your son leave here at once.
We will. We will. Oh, where are you? John? Are you here? John?
Mary gasps and suddenly falls back on her pillow. Poor Mary has fainted dead away. From the darkened stairway, the great clock chimes out the hour. 3 o'clock. Elizabeth, eyes closed but still awake, senses a presence and slowly opens her eyes. Standing close beside her is the white-haired figure, its face hidden in the shadows.
No, Elizabeth. Don't turn on the light.
Who is it?
You wouldn't want to see me. I've been out there too long.
John.
At last I've reached through to you.
Oh, I must be dreaming again.
Not this time.
Why are you whispering, John?
I'm not whispering, Elizabeth. Can't you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. What is that odor?
Odor?
Yes, a strange odor. Like the smell of flowers. A musty odor of roses.
Why, I've just come from the vault,
John,
Elizabeth.
what is it? What do you want?
You're going to make your will tomorrow.
Yes.
Only you can right the wrong I've done.
Wrong?
My father left this estate to me with the understanding that I should leave it to Bertha.
Yes, I know.
I suspected her of wrongdoing and cut her off, and instructed you to do so.
Yes.
But now I know that I was wrong. You must leave the estate to her. You must right my wrongs so that I can go on to my rest.
Yes, John.
If you fail to do this, I shall be doomed to walk this place throughout eternity. And all those who come here shall not know a moment's peace.
Yes, I understand, John.
If you fail me, you too shall suffer my torment with me forever.
Yes, I'll do it. I'll do as you say, only... John.
Your heart, Elizabeth?
Yes,
You haven't much time, Elizabeth. You'll be joining me soon. I know.
John, where are you? I promise, John. I promise.
Elizabeth clutches at her heart, gasping for breath. A few moments pass, and she revives sufficiently to reach for the stimulant on the nightstand. She pours a dose, and as she swallows it, she glances out the window over the moonlit grounds. Across the lawn moves the white-haired figure, gliding toward the family vault at the edge of the estate.
John!
Elizabeth drops the glass and falls to the floor. A few seconds later, Bertha hurries into the room.
Elizabeth. Mary. Herbert.
What happened, Mother?
Hurry. Good heavens. Is she all right?
Elizabeth.
Oh.
She's dead.
Who screamed?
Must have been Elizabeth. Had another attack.
She's still breathing.
Put her on the bed.
There's the medicine. I'll get another glass.
You stay here, Mary. I'll get the glass from the bathroom.
What do you suppose happened to her? Maybe it was the...
What's what?
I don't know.
What's wrong with you, Mother? You're white as a sheet.
Oh, am I?
What are you trying to say?
Well, I saw it, too.
Saw what? What did you see?
Well, I saw him. John. He was in my room a while ago. I talked to him.
You talked to him?
Yes, and he talked to me. I heard him and I saw him.
What did he say? Stop whimpering and tell us.
He said...
Mother, stop it.
Oh, I won't stay. I won't.
Come back here. Grab her, Celia.
Elizabeth's coming, too.
Aunt Elizabeth. Aunt Elizabeth.
Where did I?
You're all right now. Take it easy.
Yes. Yes, I'm all right. What's wrong with Mary?
She says she saw John and talked to him.
What?
I think she's imagining things.
No. She isn't imagining things. I know. I saw him, too. He was here. He talked to me.
Oh, now look, Aunt Elizabeth. The whole thing is...
No. He was here. It was no dream. I saw him walk through the garden toward the vault.
When?
It can't be very long ago. There was a strange, sickly odor in the room all the while he was here. It smelled like musty roses.
Oh, be quiet, Mother.
Now maybe you believe what I've been telling you.
What did he say?
It was about his will and my will. And he talked about Bertha.
About me?
Yes. He said he was wrong about you. Wants to make things right through me. He knew I intended to make my will tomorrow. And he told me just what to do.
Yes, that's what he said to me.
You?
Yes.
Why, this is the strangest thing I've ever encountered. Why should he talk to you?
Well, he did, I tell you. And Elizabeth must do what he wants. Otherwise, something will happen.
What will happen?
Well, I don't know.
I want you to call Mr. Wentworth, the lawyer, and have him here first thing in the morning. I want to draw my will, as John tells me.
Very well. I think I'll have a look around the grounds. Never go back to sleep now, anyway. So, good night, Aunt Elizabeth. Herbert wanders about the grounds for a while and finally goes to Higgens, the butler, and after some persuasion obtains the keys to the family vault. The next morning, the lawyer, Wentworth, visits Elizabeth in her room.
Well, how are you this morning, Elizabeth?
Much better, Mr. Wentworth.
Hey, you had a bad night.
Yes, I guess I had another attack.
Oh, so?
Mr. Wentworth, I want to draw up my will. I should have done it long ago, but, well, something held me back.
I see. Well, I'll take down the data and have it typed, then bring it back for you to sign. I'll be in court all day, probably through the evening, so I'll have to come around 11 tonight.
Very well, as soon as possible.
Good. Now, let's have the particulars.
Yes. To my sister, Mary Wilton, I leave the 5-room cottage in Danbury. To my nephew, Herbert Wilton, I leave $1,000 in cash.
Yes.
And to my husband's sister, Bertha Mallory, I leave all other property, personal and real, amounting to some $400,000.
What?
Please. Amounting to some $400,000, according to my late husband's wishes.
What do you mean? John stipulated that you leave not a penny to Bertha.
John has changed his mind.
When did he change his mind?
Since his death.
Don't you think we'd better postpone this until you feel better?
I want my will drawn just as I have told you.
But what do you mean by saying John has changed his mind? How could he?
He told me so last night.
You know what you're saying.
Yes. I saw John. I talked to him. He was wrong in his attitude toward Bertha.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
I want it done as I say.
Very well. I'll draw it up this way. But I certainly think that...
You think I'm insane?
I think you bring it up, yes, I do.
So did I, at first. But I'm not. I'll be expecting you around 11 tonight, Mr. Wentworth.
Yes. Yes, of course. I'll be here.
Now it is shortly after 11 the same night. The lawyer has returned to the will, and Elizabeth has called her 3 relatives to her room.
Very well, Mr. Wentworth. This is drawn the way I want it.
You mean as John wants it?
I mean just that. I'm leaving the property that was mine before I married John, the small cottage, to you, Mary, and $1,000 to Herbert. All else I am leaving according to John's directions to you, Bertha. That's the way John wants it. And that's the way it shall be.
You must do as you think best.
I'm doing as John wishes. Hand me the pen, Wentworth. There you are. And I hope you all understand.
I don't.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Well, now that you've got it, Bertha, what good is it going to do you?
What do you mean?
How much chance do you think you'll have to use it? What happiness do you think it'll bring you?
More than it would you. Isn't it rightfully mine?
Is it?
That's the way John wanted it.
Oh, no, it isn't. It's the way you want it.
I had nothing to do with
John made a will. He's never wanted to change.
Elizabeth knows better than that.
Aunt Elizabeth knows nothing of the kind.
This is my house now, and the sooner you leave, the better.
You'll be living sooner than I will, you and your spooks. You don't believe in ghosts, and you never saw one.
I saw John. Night after night. Everyone saw him.
Everyone but me, because I'm not a drunk.
Your own Mother Mary saw him and talked to him.
Gosh, John is dead in his coffin out there in the vault. I saw him.
But I did see him. So did I.
You wouldn't know if you did see him.
We would. We've seen him.
Yeah. Then turn around. Turn around, all of you. And look.
John! Good Lord.
Is that John? Is it?
Yes, yes.
Take off your wig.
Higgins.
Yes, the butler. There's your spook.
Well, I'm sorry, ma'am.
You can go, Higgins. I'll explain everything. Bertha hired Higgins to impersonate John.
That's a lie.
Higgins would never have done it if he's known about the murders. I trapped him into it. He confessed everything.
Murders? What do you mean?
I got wise to the whole thing. I investigated the whole story about Bertha's husband and John's accidental death. They were both murdered.
You're lying.
I have the bodies exhumed and examined. They both died of an overdose of sleeping tablets. The very same purchased by Bertha at a certain drugstore.
He's crazy. He's crazy. I can't
She
don't
put
listen.
the tablets in her husband's aspirin bottle. She was the one John visited. That night he had the wreck. She must have drugged him. That's why he went to sleep at the wheel.
I didn't.
She killed her husband for his insurance. And John cut her off in his will because he suspected that she killed her husband.
It's a lie, I tell you.
John never wanted his will changed. I have proof of the whole thing, and the police are waiting outside now. You haven't a chance, Bertha. You're guilty.
The police. Oh.
What
no.
good will all this do you? Where is your fortune now? They'll hang you.
Oh. Yes. Yes, I did. I did it. I don't know why, but I did it. I gave him the tablet.
Did Higgins know that?
No. No, he didn't know. Oh. Bertha, she's fainted.
No, she hasn't fainted.
Oh, what's wrong with her?
She's dead.
Oh, Mother.
Hand me that will, Mr. Wentworth. I want to draw up a new one in the morning.
Well, there you are. That's the story. John never wanted his will changed, and for good reason. He really knew the truth. But wait a minute. How did you figure this one out, Herbert? You didn't really have those bodies exhumed, did you?
I didn't have them exhumed. And if I had, there would have been no traces of sleeping tablets left. And there were no police waiting outside. I was bluffing, working on pure hypothesis. But it did work.
Yes, it worked, Herbert. And it afforded me a very nice story indeed. Thank you, Herbert.
You're welcome.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time,
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another weird tale. Good night.
this is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called Never Send to Know.
I wouldn't be caught in an alley with a derby hat. Or with one of those light, snap-brimmed ones either. Look. You know what this thing is? It's an automatic pistol. It's not a rod, a Roscoe, or a heater. You know where I keep it? In my desk drawer. I can't speak Chinese. I think most policemen are very nice fellows, very efficient, generally courteous, almost always intelligent. I get along with them beautifully. I don't know any stool pigeons. I have never hit a woman in my life. Nobody has ever called me a private eye or a Seamus, or however you pronounce it. And I do not indulge in rapid-fire slang. Oh, and for your information, a pistol does not go ka-chow. I will now fire a pistol so you can see. This is how a pistol sounds. You probably could put that sound into words, but I submit that it definitely would not be ka-chow. Would it? Well?
Fool.
I must admit I do have a secretary. Mrs. Radabal.
Well?
Come in, Mrs. Radabal.
Well?
This is my secretary, Mrs. Radabal.
What do you want?
Mrs. Radabal, how many jewel robberies have I solved?
Huh.
We may take that to mean none.
You ain't had any jewel robberies.
Precisely. Do you recall any cases involving beautiful Oriental maidens, Mrs. R?
I do not.
Any in which I was kidnapped by counterfeiters?
Listen, I'm busy, Mr. Kramer.
Now, Mrs. Radabau, if I propose to you...
Huh?
That you and I take an automobile trip to an obscure village in New Hampshire to investigate the murder of an elderly recluse. What would you do?
I'd quit.
Ah. And what do you consider the most exciting of all the cases I have handled as a private eye?
A what?
You see? A private detective, investigator, Mrs. R.
You haven't had any exciting ones. And I wish you'd stop calling me Mrs. R.
Thank you, Mrs. Radabal.
I'm going home early this afternoon.
Are you?
There's a parent-teachers meeting.
How soon will you be leaving?
As soon as I finish typing the minutes of the last meeting.
Very well, Mrs. Radabal.
Don't forget to lock the door when you go.
No, the business of a private investigator is not all gunplay and beautiful blondes. There are occasional blondes, yes. But they all seem to want divorces or to escape divorces. And a startlingly high proportion of them are not beautiful. I have never fired my pistol in anger since I became a private detective. I have looked through a number of transoms, and I have guarded wedding gifts a few times. I have even helped a police officer make an arrest of a man who stole safety razors from a drugstore. In my younger days, well, I suppose I was a roughneck. I bummed all over the country. I've seen the insides of not a few jailhouses. Met some very interesting people. But now in my fat 40s, I'm content to have this small office, do odd jobs for people at a price. and relax. Going already, Mrs. Radabaugh?
It's not Mrs. Radabaugh.
Oh, excuse me, sir. Isn't Mrs. Radabaugh out there?
I didn't notice.
Well, what can I do for you, sir?
You're Mr. Kramer, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
May I sit down? Thank you. You're a detective.
Yes, sir.
Yes. I would like to engage you.
I am open to suggestions, sir.
Yes. You find out things.
Sometimes I do, sir. I at least try to find out.
I want you to find out something for me.
Good.
Your fee...
Why, we can discuss that later, sir, when I know a little more about what you want me to do.
All right.
Would you care to give me your name? In confidence, of course.
I don't know what my name is.
I beg your pardon?
I don't know what my name is.
Oh, an amnesia case, I take it. I mean, you want me to find out who you are?
No.
Well, I was going to say that the police... What did you say?
I'm not interested in knowing who I am.
Well,
My name's not important anyway.
I'm afraid I don't quite understand, sir. Just what was it you wanted me to find out?
I want you to find out who murdered me.
I beg your pardon?
I want to know who murdered me, so he can be punished.
But my dear sir, you're not...
Oh, yes. I am.
You are what?
I'm a ghost.
I see.
Please don't use the telephone, Mr. Kramer.
I wasn't going to.
Well, you were reaching for it. I suppose you're going to call the police and tell them that you have a crazy man here.
Well,
It wouldn't do any good. Because, you see, if the police were to come in here, I'd just disappear. You'd look very foolish.
I see.
I see you don't believe me, Mr. Kramer. Let me show you. I'll disappear. You see?
You know what? You did disappear.
Yes, of course.
I don't believe in ghosts.
You mean you didn't? Well, I'd like to have you start at once, Mr. Kramer. I want to know who murdered...
I thought I heard you talking. Why, there's nobody here.
I was talking to myself, Mrs. Radabaugh.
Well, I must say, shooting pistols, talking to yourself. Where'd this money come from?
What money?
$100 bills. 1, 2, 3, ick.
Why, what?
You got sticky red paint or something all over it.
Well, it wasn't red paint. But it was real money. From a man who disappeared. Well, I said a private detective's life wasn't exciting. It looks as if it's going to be now. But I don't know how I'm going to find out who murdered a man who doesn't know who he is, nor when or where he was murdered. Do you? I don't even know where to start. I've been sitting here since 3 o'clock this morning. I say to myself, did that man come in here, or did I dream it? And then I see the $300 bills on the desk in front of me, and they're real enough. So I didn't dream it. Yes?
Mr. Kramer?
Yes.
You didn't dream it.
What?
You didn't dream it.
I said that.
Yes, I heard you.
Oh?
Perhaps I'd better come in and talk to you some more.
Well...
Yes, I think I'd better. I'll be right there. I'll be right there.
This is... Who is it?
Good evening, Mr. Kramer. Yes, I think we'd better talk some more.
But look here. You were just talking to me on the phone. Where were you?
What difference does that make? I don't really mean to haunt you, Mr. Kramer, but I am very anxious, you understand.
No doubt.
I remembered something.
Oh?
Yes. I remembered where I was murdered.
Look, I mean...
Mr. Kramer, you seem to think that I'm trying to deceive you or something.
Well, no, but... Well, really, I've never talked to a ghost before.
Really?
There must be some rational explanation of this, Mr.
I gave you my explanation, sir. You're not afraid by any chance. I don't frighten you, I hope.
No. I don't think I'm afraid, really. But... Well, I'm just not used to this sort of thing.
Oh, you will be before we get done. I was going to tell you where I was murdered. Perhaps that'll help.
All right. Where?
It was near Lindale, Utah.
Lindale, Utah?
That's on the Union Pacific.
I think I've been through there.
Oh, have you?
Isn't that near where the branch line to Bryce Canyon turns off the main line?
Yeah, I believe it is. You think that'll be of any help?
You never know. You don't remember when, I suppose.
No, but I may remember later. Really, meeting you has been very stimulating. I feel that you're going to be successful, Mr. Kramer. I've tried so many years to find him.
Well, that's good. Now, let me see. We might place the time of your...
Murder? My death?
Yes. How old would you be?
Really, I haven't the slightest idea.
Well, I suppose I can wire the authorities at Lindale and ask them about any unsolved murders they have a record of.
That's a fine idea.
We may solve this problem of yours a good deal more quickly than I hoped.
Good. Oh, the money I left...
It was a little, messy.
I'm so sorry about that, but all my money is like that. That is, as long as I have it. It dries, though.
Oh, yes. Yes.
If you need more...
Later.
Good. Whenever you want it, ask for it.
You'll excuse me, I know. But where does this money come from?
I don't know. I seem to have a great deal of it. There's no use to me, of course, so... You find the man who murdered me, and you can have it all.
Well, thanks. What are we going to do with this man when we find him, though? The evidence of a ghost in court.
Yes, I thought of that. I couldn't very well testify, could I? Even if I am the most interested party.
So what?
Well, I thought that perhaps you might take care of that, Mr. Kramer.
Just how do you propose I take care of that?
Mr. Kramer, I know more about you than you might think I do.
Oh, do you?
I know, for example, that you're quite unscrupulous.
So?
Yes, sir. Quite.
Well, what then?
You'll be getting a very large fee, Mr. Kramer. And for that fee, I thought perhaps you might undertake the job of executioner.
You did?
The man will be guilty, you know. You'll only be carrying out a just sentence on him.
Committing murder myself?
Oh, no. Nobody ever called a hangman a murderer.
No, thanks.
I'm sure you'll change your mind, Mr. Kramer.
I doubt it.
I told you I know you a great deal better than you think. And there's a large sum of money involved.
How large?
You name it.
advance?
Whatever you say.
$1 million.
All right. You sure that'll be enough?
I don't like being kidded, Mr. Ghost.
My dear sir.
All right. If I see $1 million in currency on his desk tomorrow morning, you bought yourself an executioner.
Aye.
Provided I can find the man.
Oh, you'll find him, Mr. Kramer. And then you'll execute him.
Well,
Just one thing, Mr. Kramer.
Yes?
I think you ought to swear.
All right. I swear.
I take that very seriously, Mr. Kramer. I shall see that you carry out your part.
I looked up when he said that. And there wasn't anybody there. I don't know what you think of me. I don't know whether you think I'm crazy or what. Talking to a ghost. You expect people to scream and run and be afraid of ghosts. That's the natural reaction. The one you're conditioned to by ghost stories and all that sort of thing. But you must understand that that's the natural reaction only when the ghost suddenly appears to you and waves its arms and you happen to be in some lonely, deserted spot at midnight. But when a man walks into your office and sits and talks to you for a while and then casually tells you he's a ghost and then proves it to you, well, you see, you're not frightened. Well, I was wondering a little, too, what you thought about my agreeing to be an executioner. Well, take it or leave it, friend. What would you do? See what I mean? I never made any boast of being an angel. I've been a pretty rough character in the old days, bumming around the country. And just between us, friend, this murder won't be the first one that I've... Well, let's leave it there. And you know, I'm not so sure that I will knock the gentleman off, as the bad boys say. I'll have the $1 million, won't I?
I take that very seriously, Mr. Kramer. I shall see that you carry out your part.
I wired Lendale, Utah about unsolved murders. The telephone woke me up next morning early. Hello?
Mr. Kramer, this is Mrs. Randolph. There's a telegram here for you to collect. Shall I pay for it?
Where's it from?
How do I know?
Well, pay for it and read it to me.
All right. Here, boy. Just a minute until I tear it open. It's from Lindale, Utah.
Well, read it.
Hold your horses. It says no unsolved murders here. What's that mean?
Never mind. Goodbye.
Now, look here.
How do you like that? Shut up, Radabow. Look, Radabow, I'm not going to answer it, so... Now what?
You didn't answer the phone, so I came over.
What? Oh, you.
You had an answer from Utah.
It said there wasn't any unsolved murder there, my friend.
Yes, I know.
What about that?
You should have let Mrs. Radabaugh read you the rest of the telegram.
What?
There was more to it.
There was?
Perhaps you'd better call Mrs. Radabaugh back.
I will. Come on, answer the phone. Where is that woman? Do you know what the rest of the message was? Where'd he go? Answer that phone. Oh, that woman. No, Mrs. Radabaugh was not in the office when I got there. Someday I shall fire that woman out of hand if she keeps up these high-handed tactics. And what does she do with that telegram? I looked all over the place. It wasn't on my desk. It wasn't in the wastebasket. It wasn't on the floor. If that woman took it with her... You know, one of the worst things about me is an absolutely ungovernable temper. I haven't had an outburst of real red flaming rage for years. It's a good thing I haven't. I could feel it coming on now, though. I could get my hands on her. I ripped through her desk. Compact. What did that old hag want with a compact? I threw it against the wall. Candy bars. Carbon paper. What did she do with that telegram? I went back into my office. When I went out of that office, my desk was clear. There wasn't a thing on it but a blotter and my desk stand with the 2 pens. Now, it was littered with stacks of money. Stacks of money. Did you ever see $1 million? Well, you're likely to use your mind if you ever do. I nearly did. 20s, 50s, $100 bills. Stacks and stacks and stacks. And I couldn't help it. I picked it up and loved it. I got up to my elbows in money. I just wanted to feel it. $1 million. I was chuckling and giggling to myself. I'd forgotten all about the telegram. And I heard a voice.
How untidy, Mr. Kramer.
I jumped back and dropped money all over the place.
Your hands.
I'm sorry,
You've got blood all over them.
I'm sorry. I was excited. I'll wash it off.
No. Wait.
What?
I brought you the telegram.
Oh, the telegram.
Didn't you say you'd been in Lindell?
Oh, yes. I've been through there several times.
I thought you did.
Why did you ask that?
I was wondering if perhaps you might not have heard about my death, or...
Or what?
Oh, nothing. I'm sorry, but we have to explore every angle, don't we?
I fully intend to, sir.
Good. Good. There's $1 million there.
That's wonderful.
Just remember, you haven't earned it yet.
I'll earn it, never fear.
Yes, I shall see that you do.
What about the telegram?
Oh, I'm sorry. Here.
Thanks. I was anxious to see what only unsolved mystery here. Several years ago, unidentified hobo killed by train. Well, that couldn't be you.
Yes, it could.
Why, it says killed by train.
No, I was murdered.
Well...
I was a hobo.
Well, so was I once, but...
But what?
I didn't get murdered.
No, I did.
And you think this man is you?
I know it is.
I don't know how we're going to prove that.
I'll tell you.
Well?
When I recognize the man, that'll be proof, won't it?
But you said you didn't know who did it.
I'll know. When you find him.
Now, look. This leaves us right where we started.
No, not exactly.
I'm afraid it does.
I'm going to find the man who murdered me. Or rather, you are, Mr. Kramer.
I don't know where to start.
Think, Mr. Kramer. Please think.
I just think it's impossible.
I don't.
Suggest something, then.
You're the detective.
Go to Lindo?
Would you want to go to Lindo?
Why not?
Well...
Why not?
There's a line of poetry I could quote to you. Never send to know...
Never mind poetry.
Well, then we don't need to go back to Lindell, do we?
You take your money and get out of here.
Oh?
You hear me?
You'd forgotten all about it, hadn't you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you do. But you didn't even think of it when I told you the place.
Well, I didn't know.
You just forgot. Well, you know the murderer now?
It wasn't murder. It was an accident.
Well, the man died. I died.
Well, that doesn't make it murder.
In my book, it does, Mr. Kramer.
Well, I didn't mean to...
Meaning hasn't got anything to do with it.
We were just arguing in the freight car.
I remember very well now.
Yeah, just talking.
And we drank their bottle. I remember.
And the train was going slow.
Just crawling along.
And we got to arguing again.
About Herbert Hoover.
I didn't even know your name.
I knew yours. I'd forgotten it, but
And then we started to fight.
That insane temper of yours, Mr. Kramer.
And you hit me.
I remember.
And I got up.
Yes.
All I did was push you out of the car. How was I to know what happened?
I fell under the wheel.
Well, anybody could fall out of a car going that slow and not get hurt at all.
I died.
But I tell you, I didn't mean to. I didn't even know.
I'm sorry, Kramer.
What are you going to do about it?
I'm not going to do anything. I'm a ghost.
Well, then.
You've got a job to perform, though, Mr. Kramer.
I won't do it.
Oh, yes, you will.
I won't.
Yes, you will, Mr. Kramer. Sooner or later, because I'll be with you, Mr. Kramer, wherever you go until you do. Every second I'll be with you, and you'll do anything to escape me. But there's only one way, Mr. Kramer. Only one way. Well, that poetry I started to recite to you. Never send to know.
I know. Never send to know. For whom the bell tolls.
It tolls for thee. Yes, you're a little too eager, Kramer. Now, the pistol's in the drawer there.
You have listened to Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper. Kramer, the man who spoke to you, was Ernest Chappell.
Then Nancy Sheridan played Mrs. Ranabau. Edgar Staley was the other man. The original music for Quiet Please is composed and played by Albert Berman. Now, for a word about next week's Quiet Please, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
My story for you next week is a true ghost story about colonial days in America, one that really happened. Shall we call it Meeting at Ticonderoga?
And so, until next week, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Quiet Please comes to you from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup present Inner Sanctum Mysteries, starring Lee Bowman. Good evening, friends. This is your host, Raymond. Welcome to the Inner Sanctum. Come in, won't you? What are you staring at? The walls. Well, you know that old saying about walls having ears. Well, these walls have eyes and a nice assortment of fingers and hands. One of them has a heart, but you can't beat that. Don't mind me, friends. In my old age, I'm getting to be a bit of a gore.
You're getting to be a crotchety old bachelor, that's what.
Who said that? Oh, Mary Bennett. Hello. Tell me, Mary, do you think I should get married? You know, I used to have a girlfriend, but she threw me over. She was a vampire. She said I wasn't her blood type.
Mr. Raymond, please, what a silly thing to say. More and more, I'm convinced that what you need is a wife.
I just love to see the way a wife would handle you.
Would you send me a wedding present, Mary?
I sure would. I'd send you a big supply of Lipton's noodle soup. You know, I'll bet your wife would appreciate that. My goodness, in the old days, it took a woman all day to make a pot of noodle soup. Whereas nowadays, it only takes a jiffy. That is, when you use Lipton's noodle soup mix. But Lipton's has got the same homemade taste, believe you me. It's got the same chickeny flavor. Yes, sir, a hot plate of Lipton's noodle soup is a grand welcome home for the whole family. One whiff of that savory Lipton's noodle soup, and folks feel relaxed and ready for dinner with a rousing good appetite.
Well, now, that's a very pretty picture, Mary. Which reminds me, our story tonight is about one of the fine arts, murder. It's called Death is an Artist, an original tale by Frederick Maytho. And our star is from Hollywood, Lee Bowman, soon to appear with Rita Hayworth in the Columbia Technicolor picture tonight and every night. So, Curtle, close to the fire and turn the lights down real low. By the way, if you have a little spook or two in your home, looking behind your shower curtains before turning on the water is the courteous thing to do. Otherwise, you might be dampening your spirit. Now let's get on with our story.
I'm Stevie, a reporter. I'm what's called a police reporter, because I hang around police stations for my stories. But tonight, I'm the best reporter in the world, because I've got that kind of a story that's only given to one writer in 1,000, once in a lifetime. This story begins with the end of a man's life. Yesterday, an old man living alone with his 5 cats on an abandoned barge under the Brooklyn Bridge cut off the heads of 4 of his cats, then expertly slit his own throat from ear to ear. At 6 o'clock on the morning we got the flash about this old man, I was playing cribbage with Mike, my police pal, at the station house squad room. Burke, the desk captain, was snoring his head off. Okay, Mike, there it is. Go, 121 points. That last run made it.
You're the luckiest jerk, Stevie.
We're both lucky. Not a call the whole night.
Sure hate to drive out to anything in this blizzard.
Police, 84th Precinct, Brooklyn. What? Yeah. Wait, say that slower. You haven't seen him in a week. His cats ain't around. Oh, but lady... Huh? Blood in the snow. Well, that's different, sure. Yeah, okay, thanks.
What's up, Captain?
Some dame passes an old barge down the foot of the bridge on her way to work every day. She says an old bum lives there with his cats.
Don't tell me I got to rescue a cat now.
No, this coot talks to her real polite every morning. But she ain't seen him in a week. Today she goes to look close like and finds blood in the snow near the door.
So we go see. Probably went south for the winter, huh? Coming along, Stevie?
Yeah, but I don't like it. Bert mentioned cats, and I hate cats. And I hate people who keep cats.
This is it, I guess. Come on, Stevie.
Hey, look, Mike. There's a snowman.
So what? Haven't you ever seen a snowman?
Yeah, but look. That's not an ordinary snowman. It's a beautifully sculptured head of a woman. Made out of snow.
Come on. It's cold. Let's get inside this scow here. Hey, open up. Open up there. Open up inside.
There is blood out here, Mike. Look. See? Here's where the woman's footprints stop.
Okay, Sherlock. Help me bust this door.
What's the matter with you?
Look on the floor.
Holy mackerel. 1, 2, 3, 4 cats with their heads cut off. And another one. Alive.
Hey, where are you going?
I told you I can't stand them dead or alive. One of them clawed me when I was a kid.
Stevie, get a load of this over here on the bed. He did a good job. From ear to ear.
He had done a good job. He was naked to the waist, and his hairy torso was bathed in blood. His head lay to one side and was nearly severed at the throat. His mouth, a strangely sensitive mouth, hung foolishly open in the middle of a matted mass of beard. But it was his eyes that stirred something inside me. They were coal-black agates that smoldered with defiance, even in death. They seemed to carry a message only I was meant to see. I turned away and stumbled over a small wooden box. It contained clay fragments. An impulse seized me, and I carried the box outside.
What do you want that box of trash for?
I'm not sure. I just felt I ought to take it along. Mind?
Just junk. These bums collect the screwiest stuff. Come on, I'll drop you off at your paper. You'll get a news beat on this anyhow.
Okay, Mike. Thanks. I'll call you later to see if you identify the old bird.
All right, Stevie. Hey, here's that box of junk. You want it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, thanks, Mike. I wrote the item. All we could learn was that he was Ivan. No fingerprints on record, no relatives, just Ivan. So he stayed just Ivan to 250,000 readers and to the police. But to me, he was a man who had not yet died. I poked through the rubble of clay in the box, and I was about to throw the whole mess out when a time-blackened metal tag caught my eye. It was the kind of tag used to mark paintings or statues. It read, Agatha, January 2nd, 1924. 20 years ago, today. And below that was a name, Ivan Thorne. The name jangled a bell in my memory. It frightened me. It fascinated me. I rummaged in the box some more. A hunch grew to certainty. Ivan Thorne had been a sculptor. Here was a fragment of clay, a nose. Here, part of a chin. Here, an ear, a woman's ear. And the snow image of a woman's head came to mind. Why did Ivan Thorne, a sculptor of obvious talent, do a head of a woman named Agatha in clay, then on the same date, 20 years later, as a bum, reproduce it in snow and slit his throat? I found the answer in the yellowed clippings of the newsroom morgue. The story of Ivan Thorne was filed under Murders Unsolved. After I'd read the story, I marched into GC's office.
Hey, what's up, Stevie? They study the Brooklyn Bridge again?
No. You read the item on the old guy I found with his throat cut?
Sure. Cut off his cat's heads, then his own, unidentified. Good item.
I know who he is. Was.
Yeah? Story?
Story. You got time to listen?
Shoot.
Well, this begins in a sculptor's studio off Washington Square on a stormy night long ago. Ivan Thorne and Agatha, his wife, were having words.
For the last time, Agatha, are you really going through with this divorce foolishness?
For the last time, yes. I'm tired of living from hand to mouth. I'm tired of your stupid statues. I'm tired of your stupid cats. I'm tired of you.
All right. I'll give you the divorce. You can marry Greg Stevens. He'll give you everything you want. But Horace stays with me. I want custody of the boy.
The court will decide that.
Agatha, I've been working on that head of you for a year. It's good. I think the museum...
Oh, that thing? It doesn't even come close to looking like me.
Of course, that head isn't you. It's what I remember you as when I first met you.
Ivan, let go of me. You're hurting me.
All right. I'll let go of you. But I'm going to finish that head, Agatha. And you're going to help me.
I will not.
You'll get your divorce. Only if you agree in writing to pose me one day each month for 6 months. I must finish it.
6 months, hmm? And what about Horace?
He's away at school all the time. We'll let the court decide a decent arrangement.
All right, Ivan, I'll do that. Give me that pen. Here. I,
Agatha Thorne, agree to pose for a sculptured head by Ivan Thorne on the first day of each month for 6 months. Signed, Agatha Thorne. There you are.
Now, get out. Get out before I break your neck. She's gone. She's gone. But I'll see her again. 6 more times. That's all I need. 6 more times.
Sounds to me like this Ivan guy is working up a neat little catastrophe.
Mr. Raymond.
Yes, Mary.
I got to thinking about that snowman they found. Did you ever make a snowman?
Oh, sure, and I cut off his head for a souvenir. Kept it in the icebox over the summer.
And you're teasing me, Mr. Raymond. But you know, when I was a child, we used to spend all afternoon making a snowman. And then we'd go in the house for supper with our cheeks red as a frost apple and with a real country appetite. The house was so warm and cozy. Yes, and filled with all the exciting smells of good cooking. You know how children are. They play in the snow and then come in ready to eat you out of house and home. And I've got a grand suggestion for these winter night suppers. Lipton's Noodle Soup Mix. It's such a heartening dish. Thrifty, too. Costs a lot less than canned soups. Yes, Lipton's Noodle Soup just seems to belong to folks young and old who've got a healthy appetite and a yen for homemade chickeny tasting soup.
Mary.
Yes, Mr. Raymond?
Mr. Bowman is waiting to resume his part of the young police reporter, Stevie. That's right. You remember, Stevie told his editor that Ivan was divorced by his wife, Agatha, 20 years ago, and how the events that followed turned the sculptor into the tired old bum he was when he slit his throat under the Brooklyn Bridge.
Well, Stevie, did Agatha get her divorce?
Yes, and the court gave her custody of their 6-year-old kid, Horace. She married Greg Stevens, and according to these clippings, she kept her agreement with Thorne. She posed for the head he was doing of her so that he could finish it.
The first day of each month for 6 months, huh?
Yeah.
How'd he take the divorce and losing his kid and all?
Beautifully. So everybody thought. It got to be the talk of the town. The three of them, Agatha, Greg, and Ivan, seemed to get along fine together. The Stevenses were frequent callers at Thorne's studio.
Oh, I say, Thorne, why won't you show me the head you're making of Agatha? It isn't fair, you know.
Not till it's finished, Greg. You wouldn't appreciate it as it is now.
It really is good, Ivan. When will you finish it?
Yes, Ivan, when?
I want to finish it on New Year's Day. That will be the last time you need pose, Agatha. Can you make it that day?
Well, I'll just have to, won't I?
Yes. At 3 o'clock?
At 3 o'clock. Come on, Greg, darling.
Good night, Ivan.
Good night, Ivan. My goodness, 6 months goes by so fast, doesn't it?
Six months. I gave them 6 months. One day it's over. Monday is the last day she poses for me. One day I'll finish that head. I love her. And for 6 months, 6 centuries, she belonged to that idiot. He took my son from me. You can't hear me, Agatha. Can you? This is you and Clay. You can't hear me. Everybody thinks it's wonderful that Ivan Thorne is such a good sport about it. I fooled them all. I fooled you. Yes. You.
Then he really was out of his mind, Stevie, the Ivan guy.
Sure, but with a madman's cunning, he disguised it well. At that point, only his cats knew it, I guess. New Year's Day, 1924, was a howling wintry day. Neighbors later testified to seeing Ivan's massive frame, coat flailing open in the wind, eyes staring, unblinking, as he turned into his building. It was the last time they saw him. In his studio, Ivan kicked his door shut and began talking to Agatha's statue, as he'd gotten into the habit of doing now for some time.
I'll set the table by the fire, Agatha, just as we always did. You like that. And I'll set a place for little Horace. Oh, I know you don't want him to come here, but we'll just make believe, huh? Agatha, I must pull myself together. Happy New Year, Agatha. Come in.
And the same to you, Ivan. Oh, let me get to that fire quickly. I'm frozen up. Why are you bolting the door?
The draft rattles the door. Here, give me a coat. Now, how about a bite? By the fire?
Why, Ivan. How quaint. Just like old times,
This is the last time you'll come to pose. Have you minded living up to our agreement?
No, Ivan. You've been very decent about it. But tell me, why are you so set on finishing the head you're doing of me?
Have you ever seen a human skull, Agatha? Ugly thing. Long after that pretty head of yours becomes a skull, the head I'm making of you will live in ageless bronze. That's why I'm so anxious to finish this work.
I see. Well, shall we start, Ivan? Ivan, you're not working. You're just staring at me.
I'm studying the line of your neck, darling. It eludes me.
Well, hurry, please. I've sat here for 2 hours now. I'm tired.
I'll be finished soon. Then you can rest, darling. Then you can rest.
Ivan, you're looking at me as though... Ivan!
You've moved your head again, darling. Here, let me show you. There. So. Just like this. Don't move, Agatha. My fingers are loose on your throat. But in a split second, I can sink them into you tight. Like this.
Don't.
I've loved you more in these few months you've been away from me than I ever did before. I'll always love you. But if I can't have you, no one else can.
Ivan, you're mad. You can't.
I gave you 6 months with that fool because I wasn't sure. I thought I could get over losing you and the boy. But I can't.
We all thought you were...
Resigned. No. Even now, I don't know if I want to kill you, Agatha. I'm not sure.
No, you don't. You don't. Think of Horace. Your son.
I am thinking of your little fool.
Oh, Greg, help me.
Greg. You've got the nerve to speak his name here. Now. You want Greg? I did it. But you made me do it. How beautiful you are. Dead. Look at this clay head. Agatha, see, I was wrong. You're much more beautiful. I've changed my mind. I don't want fame. I don't want a statue. I want you. See, Agatha, I've broken it, smashed it. It's Greg Stevens who should die. He did all this to us. Yes. I'll go see Greg. That's it. But I must be careful now. I must make Greg suffer. Oh. I have it. Yes. He must know that he, too, has lost Agatha.
that's some yarn, Stevie. He actually strangled Agatha, huh? What happened then?
He left his studio and called at the Stevens' house a little after 6. Greg Stevens and young Horace were the only ones there, except for the butler. He testified that Ivan quietly asked to see Stevens alone. He had a bundle in his arms, covered with a piece of black velvet, when Gregory greeted him.
Ivan, well, glad to see you and Happy New Year to you. But where's Agatha? She was supposed to be with you.
She'll turn up shortly. Said something about a girlfriend she had to stop by for.
Oh, I see. Well, come on in, Ivan. We can have a glass of sherry while we wait.
Thanks.
Put your package down somewhere on the table here.
Thank you.
Did you get a lot done today? On the head, I mean?
Yes. I've finished it.
Oh, good. Say, that wouldn't be it in that box, would it?
Yes, as a matter of fact, it is.
Well, good heavens, man, let me see it. I've been kept from all this long enough now that it's
Better
finished.
wait till Agatha gets here. I'm going away for a while, Stevens. Before I go, I want you to tell me something. Do you love Agatha? A lot, I mean.
A lot? I worship her. I adore her.
You know what you did to me when you took Agatha and my boy from me?
Well, the choice was hers. I'm glad for my sake. I'm sorry for you. But I thought you were resigned by now.
Resigned? You poor fool. I've lived a life of raging hate for you.
Ivan, sit down.
You don't have to be sorry for me anymore, Greg. You can start feeling sorry for yourself.
Thorne, what are you driving at?
Everything comes out even, Greg. Come over here.
What's in that box?
Come closer, Greg. Here. I'll take the cloth off. See for yourself. You fiend. You beast, I'll kill you.
Hurts, doesn't it, Greg? Hurts to lose Agatha. Doesn't it?
I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Oh, you won't. Get away from me. You won't kill me. I won't kill you. We'll both live to remember.
Thorne didn't kill Stevens?
No, GC. He knocked him out. They found his footprints in the snow along with the kids. He must have stopped to say goodbye.
What a story. He slit his throat this morning as a bum on a barge.
Yeah. Took his cats with him. The clay fragments I found in that box on the barge were all that was left of the clay head of Agatha.
Nobody even found out how he got away or managed to stay hidden for 20 years?
No. That's his secret.
Well, write it up, stupid.
I can't. I won't, GC. You can't print that story.
The devil I can't. Where's this Greg Stevens? Where's Horace, the kid? Find him.
Greg Stevens died penniless and insane a year later. His kid was raised in an orphan asylum.
Well, find the kid. Now, let's see. He'd be about 26 today. Maybe he doesn't know any of these things. What a scoop. Get busy.
Look, you can't print this story. Why do you think I didn't write it up and hand it in? I feel sorry for the kid. I was raised in an asylum.
A story's a story.
What do I have to do? Draw you a diagram, GC? Why do you call me Stevie?
Well, because your name is Stevens, I guess. Good heavens. You don't mean it.
Yes. My name is Stevens. I never use my first name. I don't like it. It's Horace.
That's right. You're Horace Stevens.
Yes. My father was Ivan Thorne.
You have a little sculptor in your home, Better take his modeling away from him. Might grow up to be a bust. That's enough to give anybody the creeps.
It certainly is, Mr. Raymond.
Mary Bennett. Say, didn't you like our story tonight?
Well, it was exciting, all right, but why don't you tell stories about normal, happy people? Of course, folks like that never get murdered or anything, but interesting things happen to them. Nice things, too.
Like discovering Lipton's noodle soup, huh, Mary?
Well, why not? Lipton's noodle soup is a good way to brighten up a meal, and good meals are a mighty important part of life. So, folks, maybe you've tried other envelope soups. But if you've never tried Lipton's noodle soup, you've got something real nice ahead of you. Because Lipton's is the favorite noodle soup of them all.
Our moral for tonight is don't drive alone. If you have a car, lucky you, form a carpool. Then, if you should have a flat tire, you'll be among friends on that cold, cold highway. Fun, huh? And Uncle Sam says join the carpool, too. He's not kidding. He says your carpool will help save gas and tires, so look to it, Mac. Yes, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is Net of Cobwebs by Elizabeth Sanksay Holding. Oh, yes, and you won't forget to look for Lee Bowman with Rita Hayworth and the Columbia Technicolor picture Tonight and Every Night. Well, now it's time to say goodnight until next week at the same time when Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup again present another Inner Sanctum mystery directed by Hyman Brown. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Folks, I got to thinking about wintertime, about snowmen and frost pictures on the windows, and about how cozy a house can be when there's a gale blowing outside. And then I got to thinking about Lipton tea, because a cup of Lipton's, the tea with that brisk flavor, really hits the spot. It's so cheerful and warming. You know, the word brisk, B-R-I-S-K, means that Lipton tea has a fresh, lively flavor. It's never thin or wishy-washy. That's why Lipton's is America's favorite tea. So don't forget to ask for it when you go to the grocery store. And don't forget to tune in next Tuesday night for another Inner Sanctum mystery.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the series of radio dramas dedicated to the supernatural, the unusual, and the unknown. Come with me, my friends. We shall descend to the world of the unknown and forbidden, down to the depths where the veil of time is lifted and the supernatural reigns as king. Come with me and listen to the tale of the Marquis of Death.
Are you coming, Davy?
Yes, Andre. Where are you?
Right along the riverbank.
Oh, yes, I see you. Where is he?
Over here.
Everett.
Don't worry. He is alive.
What happened to him?
I will show you. Let me light a match. Take a look at his throat, monsieur.
3 little red marks.
That is correct, mon ami. The mark of the vampire bat.
And now for our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Marquis of Death.
My brother went with me to Millau in the southern part of France. For while I wrote my novel, he was to rest. The doctors in the States had told him to take a complete 6-month rest. I knew of no better place in which to do it. It was a warm evening in June when it began, this tale I tell. A warm evening, cooled by the soft breath of a summer's breeze. Everett, my brother, had gone for a walk. Monsieur Andre Decour, the son of the mayor of Millau, had dropped in for a glass of wine. Another glass, Andre?
One more, and that is all. And how are you coming with your novel, mon ami?
I haven't even started, Andre. I've only been here 2 weeks, you know.
What's the matter? Why do you wait so long to begin?
Well, you won, Andre.
Avec plaisir.
Oh, I can't explain it, Andre. It just can't get started. I thought I had a good plot when I came over here, but the more I think about it, the less I like it.
Then you do not know what you will write about?
No.
I hope you'll not think it presumptuous of me, monsieur. But I know the story you could write.
Oh?
I shall tell it to you. Have you ever heard of those they call the undead? Les morts qui vivent?
The undead? Doesn't that refer to someone who lives even after death?
Oui, but in a very certain way, mon ami. One who lives after death by feeding upon the blood of the living. A woman who was known as the Marquise de la Mauparte.
The name rings a bell somewhere in my memory, but I can't quite place it.
It should, mon vieux. Many stories have been written of the frequent appearances she's made since her death.
Since her death?
Oui. I myself saw her one night, many years ago when I was just a lad. I shall never forget the sight of her.
Why? Was she so terrible to behold?
Oh, quite the contrary. She was the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Shall I tell you about her?
Oh, yes.
Mettez-vous à votre aise, for it is a fairly long tale. 150 years ago, this part of France was the personal property of the Marquis de la Mauparte. The Marquis was a kind man who cared for his people as much as they cared for him. He was a lonely man, the Marquis, but he interested himself with his people, and this way forgot his loneliness. When he was almost 45, he married her. No one knew how she came to this province, nor when she arrived. Immediately, the Marquis began paying attention to her, and in a short while they were married. It was after the marriage that the Marquis began to change. She seemed to bring out in him everything that was bad. One night, there came to this province an unknown carriage drawn by 4 coal-black horses.
Get out! Get out now!
The driver whipped the horses and called out harshly to them. Those who saw the carriage said the driver had the eyes of a madman. The carriage raced along the road, stopping finally when it came to the Chateau Mauparte. No one got out of the carriage, but the driver jumped down and made his way into the chateau. The driver claimed to be the father of the Marquise, and that she must return home with him for a while. And indeed, the Marquise upheld his story.
I must go with you, my husband, but it will not be for long.
And so she went with the black-caped man with the terrifying black eyes. 1 month to the day she left, she returned. The same man drove the carriage.
Get up! Get up now!
And the Marquis de la Mauparte rode inside. They arrived in the dead of night.
We are here, my daughter.
As I see.
You have what I have promised you. As long as time exists, so shall you exist. Others may die, but you will live forever. Remember that at night, when the sky is dark and the moon is high in the heavens, then you shall walk the earth where others sleep. Then you may strike them down.
The Marquise went into the chateau, and the carriage and man disappeared and were never seen again. It was after her return that the Marquise developed an aversion to sunlight. By day she would sleep, and when the sun had set, she would wake and live while others slept. The Marquis soon died, and he was laid to rest. And one by one, the servants died. And those that were left ran away, saying that she had caused their deaths. And they said that the mark on her neck she had when she returned to the Chateau Mauparte had been caused by a vampire, and that she too had become one of the dead who live, les morts qui vivent.
Is that all to the story?
Oh, mais non, mon ami. It captures your interest, I see.
Yes, go on.
The Marquise disappeared shortly after that, but occasionally the villagers would see her, and some lived to tell about it.
What do you mean?
Many they found dead. Those who were brave enough to go abroad at night, dead with the triple puncture of the vampire bat on their throats.
You don't actually believe that, do you?
Oui, I do.
But, Andre, you don't expect
I
me
tell
to...
you, I saw her, mon ami. When I was younger, I didn't believe the tale. Another lad and I had gone over to the chateau to play around the ruins. It became quite late, and the sun set in the west. Suddenly she was there, in back of me, standing there in a black gown, with her raven tresses falling down over her shoulders, her skin the color of pale ivory, and her eyes looking through me, holding me in a trance by their power. Oh, no. I shall never forget her, mon ami.
She must be beautiful, the way you describe her.
Words cannot do justice to her. By the way, where's your brother?
Oh, he said he was going for a walk along the river.
Which way, north or south?
I don't know. Why?
Because the ruins of the Chateau Maupeou stand north of Milo on the river. No one ever walks there alone at night.
You really expect me to believe that story?
I would if I were you, monsieur. The Marquise walks along the bank of the Tarn River at night. If your brother is walking north, toward the chateau, he is apt to meet her. And that meeting, monsieur, could very well result in his death.
Back now to our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Marquis of Death.
We sat there in the gathering darkness. Andre Lecour had just told me a story I found difficult to believe. Yet he sat there sipping his wine, and the look in his face told me that he believed it.
Believe me, mon ami, if your brother is walking north, along the banks of the Tarn, he is apt to meet the Marquise. And that meeting could very well result in his death.
You really do believe the story, don't you?
But of course I do. And I would advise you to believe it too, mon ami.
What do you think I should do?
Go searching for him.
Alone?
I shall go with you, monsieur.
All right.
Venez avec moi. Come with me. Together we shall go to the bank of the Tarn. Perhaps we may not find him. But if we do, he will be a victim of les morts qui vivent, of the dead who live.
What if he walked the other way?
Then we shall have made the trip for nothing, but at least we'll know.
Should I try calling him?
Oui.
Everett! Everett!
He's around here. You should have heard that.
He might not be able to hear you, monsieur.
Maybe we ought to split up.
A good idea, but do not go far. Stay within voice of each other.
All right.
You go south, I'll go north. We meet again here in 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Au revoir.
See you later. I watched him walk off. It was getting quite dark when I started down the river. It couldn't have been more than 3 minutes from the time we parted when she stepped out from behind a tree.
Bonsoir, monsieur.
Good evening.
Are you looking for someone?
How did you know?
I heard you calling to him.
Have you seen anybody around here?
No one, monsieur.
What are you doing down here?
I am walking, monsieur.
You live around here?
Near the chateau, monsieur.
The chateau?
Oui. At what are you staring, monsieur?
Your eyes.
Davy! Davy!
What?
Your friend. He is calling to you, monsieur. A bientôt.
Davy, I found him!
Where are you?
Follow the river now!
A bientôt.
Are you coming, Davy?
Yes, Andre. Where are you?
Right along the riverbank.
Yes. Yes, I see you. Where is he?
Over here.
Everett.
Don't worry, he's alive.
What happened to him?
I will show you. Let me light the match. Take a look at his throat, monsieur.
3 little red marks.
And it is correct, mon ami. The mark of the vampire bat. shall know how your brother is in a few minutes, mon ami. Stop wearing holes in your carpet.
I saw someone out there, Andre.
Out where?
By the river.
Oh? Who was it?
A woman.
A woman?
Yes.
What did she look like?
I don't know. It was pretty dark. She stayed by. She's bringing Ed back here.
Did she talk to you?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said she was out walking, that she lived near the chateau. You know, her eyes, they were the only things I could really see clearly. They seemed to burn and shine in the darkness. I felt like I was being hypnotized, and then you called me. That snapped me out of it.
Then you have met the Marquis of Death, mon ami. And had I not called you when I did, you would not be alive to tell about it. Did she say anything else?
Yes. She said, a bientôt, 2 or 3 times.
You know what that means, do you not?
Something like, I'll see you again soon, isn't that it?
Oui, and she means that, monsieur. She will see you again.
Oh, the doctor's coming.
Yes. Perhaps he can tell us how badly your brother has been hurt. How is he, doctor?
He is at a narrow escape. You are his brother?
Yes.
He will need blood transfusions. He has lost a great deal of blood.
Then, do you think we should take him to the hospital?
We cannot do that, Monsieur Gaumont.
Oh, why not?
This is a very delicate matter. The people of Milo will not allow it.
What do you mean, Dr. Moreau?
You tell him, Andre.
Oui, doctor. What he means, David, is that she will follow your brother wherever he goes. The doctor cannot take the risk of bringing him to the hospital. The danger to the other patients would be too great.
You can't just...
I shall bring it back here, Monsieur Gaumont.
All right.
He was walking down by the river, was he not?
Oui, Monsieur Gorman and I went after him. We found him just in time.
Those 3 marks on his throat. You know what they are, monsieur? The marks of the vampire bat. The mark of the Marquis of Death.
Why hasn't anything been done to stop her?
Because we cannot find her, monsieur. And besides, the townspeople are afraid to go after her.
If they went out in sufficient numbers...
They've tried that before, mon ami. When the sun shines, they've gone out and searched for her resting place, for she lies helpless during the rain of the sun. They've searched all day, and yet they've not found it. And those unlucky ones who stayed after dark, some of them went to join those she had claimed earlier. That's why they do not go out after her, mon ami. They are afraid, and with good reason.
What do they do?
There are protective measures, Monsieur Gaumont. Garlic, the cross, things which the dead who live fear. But it is getting late. I shall return as quickly as I can.
What was that? It sounded like a window breaking.
Came from upstairs. Come on.
Could he only gain consciousness?
I noted.
Then what broke the window?
We'll see right now.
Look out!
What was it?
The dead who live. The vampire bat.
What's it doing here?
Let me see.
He's all right, isn't he?
No, Monsieur Gaumont. He is not all right. He will not need the transfusion now. Your brother is dead.
Back now to our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Marquis of Death.
The 3 of us, Andre Lecour, Dr. Moreau, and myself, stood there, staring out the broken window after the thing that had flown out. My brother lay in the bed, eyes open, seeing nothing.
He will not need the transfusion now. Your brother is dead.
What?
That is correct. Remember what Andre said about her returning? Well, she did. She came back before we could do anything for him. Now, it is too late.
You stand here and calmly say that he's dead. You accept it for a fact, but you don't propose to do anything about it.
What can we do, mon ami?
We can go find her. We can destroy her.
Oh, others have tried before you, Monsieur Gaumont, with no success.
I don't care. I'm going out there, even if I have to go alone.
You cannot go out there alone.
But I am, and you're not going to stop me.
I shall go with you, mon ami.
And I, monsieur, I shall go with you, too.
What about him?
He will be all right, Monsieur Gaumont. There is nothing more she can do to him.
Before we started out, the doctor insisted on picking up some things. Eventually, we were ready, and we started out into the blackness of the night.
You have everything?
Yes.
All right, let us go.
Where shall we begin, doctor?
In the ruins of the chateau, Andre.
Why did you bring all those things, Dr. Moreau? The wooden stake, crosses?
If we find the morts qui vivent, the dead who live, we we shall have need for the things we have brought.
We must stay close together. Close enough so that we can always talk to each other. No matter what happens, we must not become separated.
Now we all have a lamp de poche.
What? A flashlight, mon ami.
What are we to look for? A trail. A good path worn smooth by the years of returning to our resting place. I've been thinking since we started out tonight, and that, I am sure, is the only way we can find her. At either end of the path, there we shall find the resting place of the Marquis of Death.
Let's begin.
Oui. I will take the center, André. You take the left.
All right.
Monsieur Gaumont, you take the right.
All right.
We will circle the chateau at varying lengths from it. Look not only for the path, but for the presence of each of us, so that she cannot destroy us singly. All right, let us go.
Right.
Bonne chance, messieurs.
Bonne chance.
Good luck.
That is far enough, Monsieur Gaumont.
Right.
Look for the footpath. Oui.
Bonsoir, monsieur. We meet again.
What?
Silence.
Where did you come from?
I have been following you, monsieur.
You're so beautiful.
My eyes. Look at my eyes.
Your eyes.
And I come close to you. Like this, monsieur.
So close.
Davy! Doctor, look! Hold up your corpse, David! Your corpse!
À bientôt, monsieur.
David, are you all right?
Are you all right, Monsieur Gaumont?
What happened?
Let me see your neck, monsieur.
Is he all right?
Oui. She did not touch him.
All of a sudden, she was here beside me. She told me to look into her eyes. I couldn't help myself, and then I seemed to be going to sleep.
It is a good thing André looked back and saw you, Monsieur Gaumont. We'll reach you just in time.
We will have to stay together, the three of us. We cannot split up.
Oui.
You're standing right there, right? Look.
Where?
Right there. It's a path.
You have found it. What should we do?
Follow the path, naturellement. Let us go. This path, it leads away from the chateau. Always before we search near the chateau.
The woods get heavy up ahead, Doctor.
And she cannot harm us as long as we stay together. Put the cross around your neck, Monsieur Gaumont, as André and I have done.
Right.
Had you worn it there before, she would not have come near you.
Now, the woods begin here.
Let us go slowly, then.
The path is well hidden.
Oui. No wonder we have missed it so many times before.
Look, up ahead.
A cave. The path leads into a cave.
Then that must be her resting place.
Let us go quickly.
Be careful. She will be around here somewhere.
Getting close to morning. The sky is lightening.
Oh, the better for us, Monsieur Gaumont. She will be powerless when the sun rises. This is the cave. Let us go inside. Shine your lamp to pass ahead of us.
I see something. Up ahead.
Looks like a coffin.
It's a coffin, monsieur. Hurry. She will be returning soon. The sun will rise in a short while. She must return here to sleep through the day. Now, to the other side, into the shadows.
Prenez garde. She comes.
There was a bed up there. Then suddenly it changed into a beautiful woman.
Silence!
She has stopped. Now, she is getting into the coffin.
The sun is rising. Now we get her! Finish you!
Now you die, Marquis, and never find. The sun is rising, Marquis. There's nothing we can do. Now, we're waiting for you. No! Die! No! Come on!
Is she dead?
Oui. He is dead. Truly dead.
Stake through her. Why did you kill her that way?
That is the only way. The dead who live can be killed, mon ami.
So perishes the Marquis de Lemopart. The terrible toll of death she has taken through the years is now ended. She has crossed a barrier from which there is no return. Below has been freed from the curse of the Marquis of Death.
So runs tonight's tale of the unusual, the terrifying, the unknown. Join us again when next we journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy to hear another strange tale of the supernatural. All characters and events portrayed in these programs are fictional, and any similarity to actual events or persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler. Written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Copeland. And starring tonight two of radio's foremost actors, Ralph Bell and Charlotte Holland, in Killer at Large.
This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as we drop in on a very clever gentleman. A gentleman who perfected an ingenious plan to be rid of people he disliked without ever having to suffer for it. I call his story Killer at Large. My friend, Mr. Jeffrey Andrews, is temporarily confined to a hospital. So we're going there to meet him. He's just been given a routine checkup by a new staff physician, Dr. French.
Well, Dr. French, how am I?
You seem to be in fine physical shape, Mr. Andrews.
Guess you'll have to be letting me go soon, eh?
I certainly hope so.
Well, I've had a good rest, but I look forward to getting back in the harness again. I'm Andrews First, you know.
Andrews First?
That's the name of my business. You see, my name is Andrews.
Yes?
So I named my firm Andrews First. And all my advertising carried the line. When you think of building materials, think of Andrews First.
Oh, yes. Very clever.
Used to drive my competitors crazy with my advertising. Yes, I pulled off many a smart deal, and I always let the world in on it. After all, what's the use of doing something smart if no one knows about it?
Well, the urge to boast is certainly human.
For instance, you probably don't know why I'm here. Haven't had a chance to study my case yet, I suppose.
No, not in detail.
Oh, then sit down. I'll tell you. It's really one of the cleverest deals I've ever swung. Now, tell me, have you ever wanted to get rid of someone?
Get rid of someone? You mean, kill them?
Exactly. Kill them.
No, I don't believe I have. Why?
Because most people have at one time or another. But they don't do it. They're afraid. Afraid of the law and of being punished.
Well, that's what the law is for. To restrain people's violent impulses.
Exactly. Unless you happen to be smarter than the law, as I was. Because, you see, I figured out how to get rid of not just one person, but of two. Two people I disposed of and can't ever be punished for it.
That's an unusual achievement.
You disapprove? But I'm going to tell you how I did it. As I said, what's the use of being clever if people don't know about it? And since the law can't touch me, why not? To make it clear, Doctor, I'll go back to the very beginning. To that evening when I arrived home from work to find my wife Judith and my best friend and personal physician at that time, Alex Hearn, deep in conversation. They jumped apart guiltily as I entered the room and closed the door.
Oh, Jeff, it's you.
Yes, I left the office early. Hello, Alex. How are you?
Fine, Jeff. And you?
Oh, a little tired. I've been working late quite a bit recently.
Yeah, so Judith was saying. So what's this about you buying a share in a new invention that's going to make you richer than Rockefeller?
I've picked up a half interest in a new system of television, Alex. 3-dimensional television. In color.
Sounds big.
Big. It's colossal, man. It's still in the blueprint stage, but we'll iron the bugs out soon. But what were you two plotting so busily when I came in?
Plotting? Well, dear, we were just talking. Nothing serious.
I was giving Judith a little professional advice, that's all.
Oh, don't you feel well, darling?
It's nothing, Jeff. Nothing at all.
Whatever it is, I want to know about it.
Well, it's just that I've been having headaches lately. That's all.
But why didn't you tell me, Judith?
I didn't want to worry you over nothing.
It's really nothing serious. I've given Judith a prescription that will help her. Well, I think I better run along now. Got another call to make. You take care of yourselves now, both of you.
As Alex left, I knew from his manner he and Judith had not told me the truth. They were keeping some secret from me. Could Judith be seriously ill and they didn't want me to know? Or was it possible Judith and Alex were... No, that couldn't be. A thing like that might happen to other couples, but not to Judith and me. And yet, they were concealing something, and I had to know what. So I took steps to find out.
Mr. Andrews, I'm from the Apex Detective Agency. I have here the report on your wife you asked for.
Yes, please sit down.
Thank you.
What have you learned?
Your wife left the house at 11:30 this morning. She caught the noon train into town. From the station, she went directly to the Union Department Store.
Whom did she meet there?
Oh, she didn't meet anyone, Mr. Andrews. She just looked around and then had lunch in the restaurant. But afterwards...
Yes, go on.
Well, she made a telephone call. A few minutes later, she's picked up at the entrance by a man in a dark green car.
You got the license number, I hope?
Yes, sir. The car belongs to Alexander Hearn, who lives...
Never mind. I know his address.
We need to handle hundreds of such cases, Mr. Andrews. I suppose you'll want me to keep following it till I get all the necessary evidence.
No. I know what you're thinking. It's not so.
Yeah, and naturally I sympathize, Mr. Andrews. Of course, it's a shock to learn your wife is deceiving you, and...
Why, you...
Stop! You're joking me.
It isn't so. Do you hear? My wife loves me. There's nothing between them. Nothing!
I didn't mean anything. I thought you'd want me to...
Get out of here. There's nothing between them. How easily I'd said that. And yet, why should Judith meet Alex secretly in town? Where had they gone after they had eluded the detective? I wanted to trust her, but what was their secret? I had to find out. And that night, when I returned home, I casually questioned Judith. What did you do with yourself today, darling?
Oh, I got so bored I went into town for some inexpensive window shopping.
Oh, why didn't you phone me? I'd have taken you to lunch.
Well, I knew how busy you were, dear, so I ate by myself.
What did you do after lunch? Taking a show?
No, just window shopped. Then came home on the 4 o'clock train.
Sounds like a lonely day. You should have taken someone with you.
Well, I didn't decide to go until the last moment. Anyway, I like to window shop alone. Jeff, you look so strange. Aren't you feeling well?
I'm all right. Just a little tired.
Oh, poor darling. You're working much too hard these days. You must stop it, Jeff. Really, you must.
I settled down, pretending to read, but my mind was spinning tormentedly. I didn't decide to go until the last moment. Anyway, I liked to window shop alone. How easily her answers had come, as though she'd rehearsed them. But they were lies, all of them. Could the detective have been right and I wrong? No, I couldn't believe that. I had no proof. I had to have faith in Judith. I made myself believe I was doing her an injustice, but the very next evening, I found Alex at the house again. He and Judith were walking in the garden, speaking together in low tones, so secretly they didn't even notice me.
Now, Judith, you must listen to me.
No, Alex, I won't.
I tell you, we can't go on like this.
But if we're careful, Jeff may never find out.
But he's bound to. People will begin to notice and talk. Sooner or later, Jeff will know that something's wrong. And the longer we wait, the worse it'll be in the end.
I know. Oh, Alex, I can't bear to hurt him.
Oh, Judith, I understand how you feel, but it can't be helped. Now, I have a plan worked out that can't fail.
A plan, Alex?
2 psychiatrists who are friends of mine will sign the papers, and Jeff will be quietly committed to a private sanitarium. We'll make him think it's just for a short rest. He'll never suspect a thing.
Oh, Alex, I couldn't.
But we can't go on hiding the truth from him like this. Believe me, Judith, it's the only way out.
All right, I'll do whatever you say. But we mustn't let Jeff suspect what's happening.
And I had faith in her. I thought I was misjudging her when all along she and Alex had been scheming to railroad me into a sanitarium. Oh, it was a clever plan. Alex could manage it through his professional connections, and Judith would become administrator of my fortune. I almost let them know I'd overheard them. And then I got control of myself. There was a better way to handle the situation. I had to think about it and decide what to do. So I slipped quietly away. And a little later, I took Judith out for a drive as though I suspected nothing. But as I drove, I pondered how best to punish them.
What are you thinking about, Jeff? You've hardly said a word all evening. Jeff, I'm speaking to you.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I'm afraid my mind was on business.
You really are working too hard these days.
Oh, I'm not working that hard. But too bad we couldn't persuade Alex to come with us tonight. He's always such fun when he forgets he's a doctor.
That's because he puts his work completely out of his mind when he gets a chance to relax.
I suppose it would be better if I were like Alex.
Of course not, dear. I like you just as you are, Jeff. Silent moods and all. I wouldn't want you to change.
She lied. I knew she was lying. By now I found it impossible to believe a word she said. I had too much evidence to the contrary.
Mr. Andrews, it's a shock to learn your wife is two-timing you.
But if we're careful, Jeff may never find out.
I have a plan worked out that can't fail. 2 psychiatrists who are friends of mine will sign the papers, and Jeff will be quietly committed to a private sanitarium.
I like you just as you are, Jeff. Silent moods and all. I wouldn't want you changed.
How easily she said that. How smoothly she continued her deception. Bitter rage burned inside me, and deliberately I stepped hard on the throttle. We went faster and faster until Judith became frightened.
Jeff, why are you going so fast? We're doing more than 60, and there are a lot of curves in the road.
Don't worry, Judith. I'm a good driver.
Yes, but darling, we're almost up to 70. Now, Jeff, please slow down. We'll be killed.
Too bad Alex isn't with us. He'd enjoy this.
Now, Jeff, please, darling, slow down. There's a crossroads ahead, then a curve. Jeff, you'll kill us both.
I kept my foot hard on the throttle. I knew there was a curve ahead, and behind it a 300-foot drop into a canyon. I made up my mind. I'd drive over the cliff and end everything for both of us. If only I'd had Alex in the car, everything would be perfect. He deserved to die, too. At the thought, my mind cleared abruptly. How stupid it would be to kill myself and leave Alex unpunished when I knew perfectly just how to make him pay. I slowed the car as I planned all my moves. They were going to try to commit me to a home, were they? All right. I'd fall in with their plot. I'd actually help them by pretending to be unbalanced. I'd make it easy for them, and in a few days, a week perhaps, we'd see who was the cleverer. We'd see. Alex, I tell you, there's millions in this new system of television, maybe billions.
Darling, you're speaking so loudly. Everyone in the restaurant is watching.
Well, let them. What does it matter? Nothing can stop me now, man. In 5 years, I'll be one of the wealthiest men in the world. With my genius for organization...
Jeff, Judith tells me that last week you didn't go to your office at all. You just sat around the house and wouldn't say a word to anyone.
Oh, well, you know how it is, Alex. Sometimes a man feels a little blue. All geniuses are like that. Now, when I set up my new television network, I'll revolutionize world communication. I'll have a monopoly no one will be able to buck. And furthermore... I went on talking, seeing Alex's eyes narrow as he watched me. He saw in me all the symptoms of the manic depressive, the exaggerated ideas of importance, the extravagant dreams of wealth. Soon others would notice, my business associates, my friends, the servants. When that time came, I could count on a visit from Alex, bringing his psychiatrist friends to look me over. Yes, that visit would be coming very soon now. Very soon.
Jeff, darling. Alex has come to see you. He has 2 friends with him.
Hello, Jeff, old man. How are you?
Oh, just fine, Alex. For the last month, I've been working on the plans for my television network. It's going to be the biggest thing of the century.
Jeff, I want to talk to you, and I want you to meet some men I brought with me.
Oh, Alex, I've no time to talk with strangers.
They're 2 doctors, close friends of mine.
Oh, what do they want? With my plans taking up all my time,
They're here because of your new project, Jeff. You see, Judith has been afraid you're working too hard these days.
I'm probably just being silly, darling. But I would like you to have a thorough examination before really starting on your new enterprise. You don't mind, do you?
Oh, I haven't time to bother with such things. You know, I have too much to do.
Jeff.
Oh, well. All right, but it mustn't take too long now.
They're waiting in the hall. I'll bring them right in.
At last, my patience was being rewarded. Alex and Judith's scheme was working perfectly. And so was mine. Alex brought in his friends and introduced them as Doctors Carlton and Marshall. Without waiting for them to question me, I plunged into an excited description of my plans. As I went on and on, I saw them look at each other and nod slightly. Then, as though they were satisfied, Dr. Marshall brought the conversation to a close.
That'll be enough for the time being, Mr. Andrews. I should like to continue this discussion another time.
But, Doctor, I haven't finished telling you of my plans yet.
You need some rest, Jeff.
Yes, dear, you look so tired. Let me take you to your room.
Well, all right, Judith, but I can't rest long. I have too much work to do.
Alex, watch him carefully. There should soon be a definite change. The elated mood should give way to despondency. After that...
I couldn't help overhearing Dr. Marshall's words as Judith led me out of the room. Alex, watch him carefully. There should soon be a definite change. And he was correct. I knew the right symptoms just as well as he did. So the next day I became depressed. Refused to speak, claimed that I was being persecuted, and even pretended to cry in self-pity. And the following morning, Alex and his 2 friends were back again.
Good morning, Mr. Andrews.
You remember Dr. Marshall, Jeff? And Dr. Carlton?
Jeff, say hello to your guest.
No. Leave me alone. I don't want to talk to anyone.
Huh? The other day, you were highly enthused about your new business venture. Don't you want to tell me more about it?
No. No one cares about my plans. I'm alone, all alone. Everyone's against me.
Jeff.
Do you feel this way often? I mean that everyone's against you and life isn't worth living?
Yes. How did you know?
Well, that's because I'm your friend. You can tell me all about it.
You don't know what it's like. To be all alone, to have no friends, to know that everyone hates you, wants to hurt you.
Yes, I understand. Well, I'll see that no one hurts you. Wouldn't you like to go someplace where you'd be safe? Where you'd be surrounded by people who were your friends, wanted to help you?
Yes, I'd like that, but there isn't any such place.
I think I know one. But we've talked long enough for now.
Shall I have Judith take him in the garden?
Yes, I think it will do him good.
Judith, perhaps a little fresh air would make Jeff feel better. Why don't you take him for a walk in the garden?
Yes, of course.
Come, give me your hand, darling. We'll go out in the sunshine for a while. That's it.
I'll call you when we're ready.
Yes, all right, Alex.
I let Judith lead me into the gardens. Through the library windows, I could see Alex and the two psychiatrists. Alex wasted no time getting them to sign the papers that would commit me to a home from which he and Judith would see I never emerged. But he didn't know that the signing of those papers meant my scheme had succeeded, not his. After a few minutes, Alex came to the door and called.
Judith, will you bring Jeff in now?
Yes, all right. Come along, dear.
All right, I'll come.
Oh, Jeff, we've been talking things over, and Dr. Marshall knows a place where you would be very happy.
Yes, Mr. Andrews. Small rest home upstate. You'll be able to get a good rest there among friends.
Anything, I don't care.
No reason you shouldn't go up today. Alex can drive you up this afternoon.
I don't care when we go. Nothing makes any difference to me.
And, darling, in a little while you'll be home again. Feeling so much better.
Come, Jeff. Judith and I will help you pack.
Yes, give me your hand now, Jeff, and we'll go with Alex to your room and pack your things.
And we'll go with Alex to your room to pack your things. My best friend and my loving wife. And they couldn't wait to get rid of me. But I was smiling to myself in triumph as Judith opened the door to my room.
Come in, dear. Now, you just sit down and we'll take care of everything.
Now, you must have courage. It's almost over. I think 2 bags will be enough for now. If Jeff needs anything later, you can take it to him.
Here's Alex. Jeff, dear, what suits would you like? Jeff, what are you looking in that golf bag for?
There's something I've been keeping here. I've got it now.
Jeff, a revolver.
Yes. I'm fully loaded.
Well, what do you want the gun for, Jeff? Here, give it to me. I'll take care of it for you.
There you are. That's better. I want to talk to you. I've been waiting quite a while for this moment.
What are you saying?
Oh, come, Judith. You don't have to pretend anymore.
Jeff, let me have that gun.
I want you to stand still or I'll shoot.
Alex, he means it.
Yes, I do mean it. Your little plot's been an extremely clever one.
Oh, little plot? What do you mean?
The idea of having me committed so you two could be rid of me. But you must admit I did help it along by my cooperation.
Jeff, what are you talking about?
It's no use pretending anymore, my dear. I've known everything for weeks. Ever since I overheard the two of you talking in the garden one evening.
You heard us talking in the garden? Then that was why you almost killed yourself and me that night when you were driving so fast.
Yes. I changed my mind because that would have left dear Alex still alive.
Jeff, you don't understand that conversation you overheard.
My best friend and my loving wife. Well, you'll be together without me, all right. But we'll be in different worlds.
You're mad, really mad.
Of course I am, my dear, of course. Haven't 2 reputable doctors signed papers testifying to the fact? Which in the eyes of the law relieves me of responsibility for my actions.
You aren't going to...
But I am.
Oh, no, Jeff.
Yes, my dear, yes. I'm going to give you both what you deserve. Death.
Oh, no, Jeff, no. You're wrong, darling. You must
There's
listen.
There's nothing to listen. But I shall be as considerate as possible, my dear. I shall punish Alex first.
No, Jeff. We have been keeping a secret from you, but it's not the secret you think. You're wrong about the whole affair.
I don't think so, Alex.
Jeff, put that gun down. Jeff!
Jeff, you should have listened. You
killed him.
Yes, Judith. And now it's your turn. I shall be lonely without you. I loved you so much.
Jeff, darling, you mustn't kill me because you're wrong. I still love you. I do.
I wish I could believe that, but I can't.
Jeff, you've misinterpreted what you heard. Really, you have.
I think not, Judith.
Jeff, please give me time enough to explain everything.
Forever would not be time enough, my dear, and I would rather not think of you dying with lies upon your lips.
But they're not lies. No, Jeff, no, put down that gun. Dr. Marshall, help!
No one can help you. You see, the door is locked. It'll all be over long before anyone can get here. Now look into my eyes, Judy.
Dr. Marshall, Dr. Carlton!
What is it, Mrs. Andrews?
Break the door down quickly!
Come on, Sophie. It's your fire.
They can't get into this room in time, my dear. Now look into my eyes. It's because I loved you so much that I had to do this. Now, goodbye, Judith. So, Doctor, that's how I did it. I pulled the trigger just as Dr. Marshall and Dr. Carlton broke the door down. Too late to save Judith. And you see the beauty of my plan, of course. It was perfectly safe. I was certified as being of unsound mind, so I couldn't be punished. Oh, naturally, for the last 2 years I've been confined here in this institution, but I haven't minded it, really. I've been gradually responding to treatment. I've been careful not to respond too fast, you see. And soon you'll be letting me go as cured. I'll be free as air. Now I ask you, Doctor, wasn't that rather clever?
It might be considered so, Mr. Andrews. But why have you told me all this? Aren't you afraid I'll report it?
The police will never believe it. Besides, they could do nothing if they did. No, Doctor, I'm in the clear. I'll start a new life and take up my plans where I left off. That television invention is still waiting to be developed.
Hello, may we come in?
Dr. Marshall said it'd be all right for us to speak to Jeff today. Well, hello, old man. How are you?
Judy. Alex. Oh, no.
Darling, I'm so glad to be able to see you again at last.
No. You're not real. You're dead.
Mr. Andrews.
Send them away. They've no right to come back. I killed them. They're dead.
Mr. Andrews, calm yourself, please. I'll take care of them. I'll send them back where they belong. Please, both of you, come outside.
They have to go back. They have to stay in their graves. The dead must stay buried.
Yes, of course, Jeff. We won't bother you again. Come, Judith.
They can't be allowed to disturb me when they're dead. I won't stand for it. I tell you, I won't stand for it. I won't stand for it.
Alex
No.
still isn't well.
We'd never have come, Dr. French, but we thought he was almost well.
Yes, so did we. But we were wrong. Just temporary improvement. He still believes that you were plotting against him and that he killed you for it.
But you understand the truth, don't you?
I think I do, yes.
Well, he overheard us talking about his mental condition and trying to decide what to do about it. And he completely misinterpreted what he heard. And then he tried to shoot us and had to be brought here.
Of course, Mrs. Andrews. But I'm afraid we'll never be able to make him believe the truth.
Oh, Doctor, no.
You see, in his mind, he's killed you. As far as he's concerned, you're dead. I'm afraid you must never see him again. He'll live out his life here, believing he has committed a murder for which he cannot be punished.
This is a mysterious traveler again. Well, Jeff's idea looked like a good one for a while, didn't it? But I don't advise you to try it. You might wind up the way Jeff did. In fact, my advice is to forget the whole thing. You'll be much happier. There's no such thing as a perfect crime. Which brings me to my story for next week. Death has two faces. It's about a gentleman who discovers a new way to die, in which he lets someone else do all the work, and he... Oh, you'll have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, with a title role played by Maurice Tarplin. Others in our cast were Ralph Bell, Charlotte Holland, Matt Poland, and Chester Stratton. All characters in our story were fictitious, and any resemblance to the actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Original music composed and played by Al Finelli. Phil Tonkin speaking. This is the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Mummers in the Little Theater of the Air.
Ghost stories. Weird stories. And murders, too. The hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. You heard the story? The house with a past, eh? Then listen while the hermit tells you the story.
It's 8 o'clock, Paul. You'll have to hurry if you're going to get to the store on time this morning.
I'm hurrying.
Oh, you know, Paul, I think I'm going to like this little town. No, I couldn't bear the thought of moving here when you first told me you had bought out the drugstore in a little jerkwater town.
I think we'll be happy here, honey.
Oh, imagine finding a dear little house like this, all furnished. Why, it's nicer than anything we could get in the city. And the rent so reasonable. How did you ever happen to locate it, Paul?
Well, Mr. Rogers, a banker here in town, owns it. It belonged to some member of his family. They've gone away or something, so he rented it to me. Oh, now, I've got to go, honey.
All right. Will you be home for lunch?
I'll call you on the phone if I can get away.
Okay. Oh, listen here. You must be careful about leaving lights on in the house all night. When you came to our room after listening to the radio last night, you left 3 lights on in the living room.
What? No, I didn't.
Oh, yes, you did.
Oh, but I tell you, I didn't, Margaret.
Our neighbors in small towns might think it very strange if they saw lights burning at all hours of night. Besides, we can't burn up money right now, Paul. Just getting started in this new business and all.
I don't know what you're talking about. I know I turned off the lights before I came to bed last night.
I'm afraid you're getting absent-minded, honey, because 3 lamps were burning when I got up this morning.
No, I won't argue with you. I gotta go now.
All right. Don't get too absent-minded, dear. You might mix the wrong prescriptions for people. What? Well, look. Well, there goes the milkman right past the house. I told him to leave milk and cream every morning. Must have forgotten. Call him in, Paul.
All right, I will.
Let me see. What should I do first this morning? Oh, I love this little house. It's going to be grand living here. Oh, that must be the milkman. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Won't you come in?
Thank you, ma'am.
I guess you forgot about me this morning. I want milk and cream every day.
Yes, ma'am. I didn't forget about you exactly. I thought maybe you would be moving out already, so I didn't stop.
Moving out? Why, we just moved in day before yesterday.
Yes, ma'am, I know. But that's about as long as anybody stays in this house.
I don't see what you mean.
I just figured I wouldn't leave any milk for you because you might move away in a hurry and I might not get any pay.
Oh, we aren't in the habit of moving out of places in the nighttime. I still don't see what you mean.
The last folks that moved in here about 4 months ago, they got out in the night and in a hurry, too.
How strange. What for?
Well, if you haven't found out yet, you soon will.
Found out what?
This house. There's something in it. Queer things go on here. Things that frighten folks half out of their wits.
Yes? Well, what is it? What is it that's strange?
No one knows, ma'am. But they say the house is haunted.
Is it one of the superstitions of this little town?
I don't know, ma'am. But most folks here in town know it's true. Should I leave a quart of milk, ma'am?
Yes, and a pint of cream every morning, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Here, I'll pay you for the week. Then you won't be afraid that I'll run off and you won't get your money. Here you are. Is this the right amount?
That's right, ma'am.
Oh, someone at the door. Pardon.
It's your next-door neighbor, ma'am. I seen her coming across the backyard.
Oh, thank you. None of my neighbors have called as yet. Good morning.
Good morning. You're Mrs. Liveston, aren't you?
Yes, I am. Won't you come in?
Yes, although I can't stay long.
I'll be going, ma'am.
Oh, yes, and don't forget to stop every morning.
No, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I will.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, ma'am.
Well, so you've moved in here to stay, have you? And your husband bought out the drugstore. Oh, it's too bad old Mr. Green had to die. He was such a good druggist, and I depended on him so. He fixed up the most marvelous remedy for my rheumatism. And I always say these new doctors mean well, but they don't know the old-fashioned remedies the old men did. Oh, no, sir.
Won't you come in the living room and sit down?
No, if you don't mind, I'll stay right here in the kitchen. Not that I'm afraid in this house in the daytime, mind you, but, well, I like to be right near a door where I can get out in a hurry.
Mrs. Dutton, will you please tell me what this mystery is all about? The milkman was trying to tell me something about him, but...
Now, that's just what I thought. I said to my man last night, I said, like as not, Seth Rogers. He's the banker who owns this house.
Oh, yes.
I said, I'll bet you dollars to donuts he didn't tell you folks a thing about it. Now, isn't that the limit?
Oh, what is it? Tell me all about it.
Well, there are no two ways about it. This house is haunted.
Huh? Oh, you don't mean to tell me that a lovely new house like this is branded with any old-fashioned belief like that?
Enough, all right. Sometimes I actually get so frightened right next door to it that I threatened to move out of the neighborhood. I said only last week that if I heard any more stories about it, I'd have to get out.
Oh, for goodness sake, tell me what it is. I don't want to live in ignorance of what's wrong with my own house.
That's what it is. Oh, it's a tragic story. A very tragic story.
Yeah? Well, tell me.
Well, this house was built for Mr. Rogers' daughter. He gave it to her for a wedding present. Oh, I remember as well as if it were yesterday. She was such a beautiful girl. And her husband, my, but he was handsome.
They live here in this house?
Yes, but only for 4 weeks, mind you. Just 4 weeks in this lovely little house.
How long ago was it?
Just 3 years ago last October. My, it was a terrible thing.
Oh, what happened to them?
Well, as I say, they'd only been married 4 weeks when one day he went out hunting. How well I remember that day. I was the first one over here when I heard about the accident.
To him, you mean?
Yes. Oh, my. To think that a couple so much in love should come to such a tragic end. Well, as I say, I was the first one over here. I even got here before Mr. Rogers came to tell his daughter about it. I had to break the news to her.
Something had happened to her husband, you mean?
Some other hunter shot him accidentally. Killed him outright.
Oh, how terrible.
Terrible is no word for it. And wait, you haven't heard the worst part of the story. 2 weeks afterwards, that poor girl, that lovely bride, who was a bride no more, killed herself.
Oh, no.
Yes, she did. Threw herself in the river. Drowned.
Oh, what a tragic thing.
Oh, her poor little body. They never recovered it, though they dragged the river for days and days.
Well, it's a terrible thing, Mrs. Dutton, but I don't see what it has to do with this house being haunted.
Oh, wait, I'm coming to that. You see, for 6 months after they died, it was closed up tight. Mr. Rogers never came near it. I came over and sorted out her clothes and personal things for him. He wouldn't step inside. Then I guess he decided to rent it. It was all furnished and everything.
Oh, it's so nice even now.
4 different families have tried to live in it since then. But they all moved away in a hurry. They claim they heard things walking at night.
In this house?
Yes, walking all over it. Ah, tragedy struck it too soon. And the ghosts of those young people come back to walk on the earth they were forced to leave.
Have you ever heard them walking?
No, and I don't want to.
Oh, I heard nothing last night.
But you will. You mark my words. Oh, great heavens. What was that?
Sounded like something in the living room. I'll go see.
Something certainly did fall.
What? Why, look. There's this beautiful vase that's set on the mantel. Oh, what a shame. It's broken in 1,000 pieces.
And not a car going by on the street to jar it up. Not a thing. Oh, I tell you, they're beginning to walk in the daytime. Let me out of here. Let me out of here. They haunt the house in the daytime now. Oh, let me out of here.
Paul, wake up. Turn on the lights.
What is it? What do you say?
Wake up. Turn on the light. Right there beside you.
What's the matter?
Listen. There's someone walking up in the attic.
I don't hear anything.
Wake up and listen, you will. You hear it?
I hear a noise.
Someone walking, I tell you. I can hear it plain as day. Oh, turn on the light.
Yeah. Now do you feel better when you can see?
I don't think I hear it now.
I suppose whatever it was knew we turned on the lights and scampered away. Honey, I'm ashamed of you. You let that neighbor of yours get you all upset.
Oh, no, I haven't. I'm certain I heard someone walking upstairs.
Well, it's stopped now. What do you say we go back to sleep?
Well, let's sleep with the light on.
Nonsense. Well, I'm back to sleep and forget it.
All right. I'll try.
May I turn off the light then?
Yes, go ahead.
There. Now you calm your fears. Go back to sleep.
Oh, I know you think it sounded silly.
Of course I do. You can't scare me.
There are such things as ghosts, you know.
Where? In books?
In life.
Ah, you're silly.
Paul. Listen, Paul. There it is again. Don't you hear it?
I do hear a noise.
It's someone walking right up over our heads. Paul, you've got to go up in the attic and see what it is.
All right, I will. Just to satisfy you. But I know it isn't anything. Just the wind rattling something up there.
Wind doesn't make the sound of footsteps. Oh, hurry, Paul.
You wanted to get me?
I want you to find out what it is.
Well, where's my robe?
I'm beginning to see why people moved out of this house. How could they stay here with this strange walking over them?
You want to come with me?
No, I'll stay here. What's that? Oh, it's Paul walking up the attic stairs. Oh, I've got myself in a nice state of nerves. Now, if that's Paul, it sounds exactly like the walking before he went up there. What was that? Paul! Paul, come here! Paul, come here, quick! What happened?
Margaret, that was down in the kitchen.
I'm coming. What is it?
Look what's happened here.
My heavens. Oh, what in the world?
Every dish in the cupboard is smashed on the floor.
Oh, of all things. All these lovely dishes broken. What could cause it?
By golly, if this isn't the limit.
But what could cause it, Paul? Was there someone up in the attic?
No, there wasn't. But, Margaret.
Yes?
I don't want to get you frightened.
No,
now.
tell me, what did you see?
Well, it wasn't exactly what I saw. Well, in a way it was, too.
There was something, wasn't there?
As I was climbing the stairs to the attic, I don't know what it was, but I had the queerest sensation, as if something brushed my shoulder. I could feel it, almost see it. It was as if I were blind and yet could sense someone or something trying to move stealthily past me.
Oh, Paul. Oh, dear, the house is haunted there.
I don't know. But if it is, and something did pass me on the stairs, it came down here in the kitchen and threw all these dishes on the floor.
Let's get out.
I'm going to talk to Mr. Rogers in the morning. I can't believe it yet, but there certainly is something going on here.
I know it. I heard them walking long before you did. And the vase on the mantel this morning, it broke too.
Keep calm, honey. We'll find out what it is. Right now, if you can find a cup that isn't broken, I'll have a gallon of black coffee.
What can the trouble in the house Paul and Margaret have rented be, eh? Who is moving about in their house in the dark of night? The hermit will tell you before the night is done.
And now, the hermit again.
It is the next morning, and we find Paul in the office of Mr. Rogers. Listen.
It's all right, Mr. Liveston. You're welcome to move out. I'll refund your month's rent.
I don't want to do that, Mr. Rogers.
You've stayed a night longer than anyone else who's rented the house. I don't blame you for going.
You haven't ever stayed there, have you?
No. I presume you know the story of my daughter and my son-in-law.
Yes, I do. I don't want to bring it all up for you again.
It's all right. It's with me all the time. What I started to say was, I can't bring myself to go in the house. I built it for my little girl. I couldn't go into it. ever.
What I'd like to ask you is, do you take any stock in the story about the house being haunted?
I don't know. All I've heard is from the people who've rented it. They say so.
But you don't believe it, do you?
I don't know. There might be some truth in it.
Yet you've never investigated.
Oh, I think you understand. I can't visit that house.
But maybe if you came and stayed in it, we could clear the matter up. Won't you come over to the house and stay with my wife and me tonight?
Well,
Please. We'll feel a lot better. We want to live in the house if possible.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll try and forget my sorrow. I'll go there to the house tonight and stay with you.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers.
If there is anything, we'll find it. But I don't want the house all torn to pieces.
Oh, no, sir. We won't do that.
I hate to lose the property. But if it's true that there is something wrong, I may have to burn the house down.
That would be a shame. My wife likes the house. We'd like to stay there.
Well, I'll be over tonight. Maybe we can straighten it out forever.
Good evening. Oh, Mrs. Dutton. Come right in.
Suppose you're surprised to see me. I didn't think myself that I'd ever come into this house at night.
Well, now you're here, won't you take off your things and sit down?
I just brought this shawl. I'll keep it over my shoulders. Isn't that Mr. Rogers' car out in front?
Yes, it is.
Well, think of that. I never expected he'd come to this house. Never. Is there something wrong? Something more than usual, I mean?
Well, not exactly.
It must be something very strange that would bring him to this house. He never set foot inside it since the death of his daughter, you know.
So I understand. But he very kindly consented to do so after my husband went and talked to him.
What about?
Well, we like the house very well, and we'd like to stay here if we can.
Has anything else happened since the day I was over?
We did hear some strange sounds.
I knew it. And you've gone right on living here. How can you do it? Why, I'm sure Where's Mr. Rogers gone?
Oh, he and Paul are looking through the house. They've gone down the basement now, I think.
Searching? What for?
Nothing definite.
What could they find? Things that haunt houses couldn't be seen.
Well, you know how much better anyone feels after they've searched all through a house, which frightens them.
Oh, my heavens. Look.
Where? What do you mean?
Can't you see? Look at that chair.
What?
Look at it.
Why, it's rocking.
Oh, of course it's rocking. All by itself.
Oh, they must have jarred it while they were down in the basement.
Oh, no. It's spirits rocking that chair. I know it. Whatever is in this house that haunts this place, it's after someone. Or it wants something. I know it. Oh, it's rocking again. All by itself. Oh, help! Help!
What is it? Yes, what's happened?
Oh, Mr. Rogers, it's you. Oh, I'm glad you've come. But now you may stop whatever it is in this house.
What is it, Mrs. Dutton?
See that chair there? It started to rock all by itself.
Did it, Margaret?
Well, yes, it did. I thought perhaps it was because you jarred the floor while you were down in the basement.
Oh, it was spirits. I know it. Oh, my nerves. My nerves are all unstrung. I've got to go home. Right now. Right now.
Well,
she really was frightened, wasn't she?
Of course, if it did really move of its own accord, it would frighten anyone. I can't make it out. We haven't seen a thing.
Oh, it isn't that there's anything in the house that hurt you, Mr. Rogers. It's only this constant moving of things in the house. And in the nighttime, someone or something moving in the attic. We haven't seen anything either.
I don't think we shall. I shall have to admit I'm still at a loss to account for it, though. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll retire to my room for the night. But I promise you I shall stay awake. And if there is anything, we'll find it.
Well, I can hear it tonight, all right, Margaret. Was that the sound you heard?
Yes, that's it. Should we call Mr. Rogers?
No, let him hear it for himself. Then we'll be certain it isn't a product of our own minds.
How could it be a product of our own minds? There's certainly something moving about in the attic.
Someone, something walking. You're right, it is.
Yes?
Mr. Rogers.
Just a minute.
I think I heard what you've been referring to. The sound of something moving in the attic.
Yes, Mr. Rogers, we just heard it, too.
Shall we go up there?
Yes, I guess we better. I can't make it out.
I'm going to.
All right. Will your robe be warm enough?
Yes, I'm all right.
Then let's go right away.
Oh, wait. There aren't any lights in the attic. I'll take a flashlight.
Why, the attic was wired for electricity.
I guess the bulbs have been taken out then. Because I couldn't get any light the other night when I went up there.
Listen. I hear it again. Do you? It sounds as if whatever it is was moving faster, walking more rapidly.
Are we all ready now?
Yes, I am.
Of course, we won't see a thing. All these weird things happen and we never see a thing.
Here are the stairs. Watch out now. Don't fall on anyone.
Oh, I hate to admit it. I'm so scared my heart is pounding like a trip hammer.
I know. I went cold all over when I heard the sound of walking while I was in my room. The light should turn on right here.
Guess they don't work. We can see pretty well with this flashlight. Yeah, you see? Not a thing. Totally deserted.
We can't peer into the corners very well.
Wait, I'll stand up in this chair. Maybe the light bulb has come loose. Maybe I can fix it. I can almost reach it.
Here, I'll give you a boost.
Now I've got it. Yes, it is loose. There. Now turn on the switch.
Yes.
Oh, there. That's fine. Now we can see better.
But there isn't anything to see. Isn't it the queerest thing?
Did you feel anything pass you on the stairs this time, Paul?
No.
Did you, Mr. Rogers?
Pass me on the stairs? No.
Well, neither did I. And if there is anything in this house, it should still be right here in this attic.
Do you mind if we tear things to pieces up here and search thoroughly, Mr. Rogers?
I don't know what there is to search for, but go right ahead. I hate to disturb my girl's things that were left here in the attic, but we might as well, I guess.
I just thought it might be an animal or a bat or something living up here. We may find it.
Well, that wouldn't account for the dishes breaking, Paul, or the chair rocking.
This is just a pile of bedding, isn't it?
Yes, I guess so.
Oh, look. Look at this big trunk. What's in it, Mr. Rogers?
Oh, that trunk, why, it was one my wife and I first took to Europe with us. My little girl used it for her trousseau, I guess.
Oh, I think it's locked. But maybe I can open it. Stuck, I guess. Rusty. Oh, there. It's opening. Paul. Paul. Come here. Paul. Oh, Paul.
Margaret, what is it?
Don't look. It's a body.
What? Great heavens. What is it? It's a body, Mr. Rogers. A woman's body.
What? Let me look at it. Great heavens. It's the body of my daughter. The body of my daughter.
Margaret is much better, Mr. Rogers.
I'm glad to hear she's getting along all right. It was a terrible shock for her.
And for you, Mr. Rogers.
Yes, it was. So much I can't even think or reason it out.
You know how it happened?
Yes, we found a bottle of poison in the bottom of the trunk. She crawled away in there and died.
Believe me, my heart aches for you.
But at least now I can give my little girl a decent burial. Mr. Liveston, I'm convinced there was something that moved about in the house. Aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Either the spirit of my daughter walked in that house, or that of her husband trying to tell us that the body of my little girl was there.
We haven't heard or seen anything strange for the last 3 nights.
No, and you won't. The spirits will rest easy now. They'll rest easy.
The wandering spirit was set free. It will walk no more. Turn on your lights. Turn them on. I'll be back. Pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermits Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, or occurrences is purely accidental.
Unsolved Mysteries. Out of deference to persons who may still be living, character names in some of these true unsolved mysteries have been changed. The moving finger writes, and having writ moves on, nor all thy piety nor wit can lure it back to cancel half a line, nor all thy tears wash out a word of it. In all the history of crime and criminals, the truth of that quotation was never better proved than in the amazing case of Bela Kiss, the mystery man of Europe. It is the year 1914. The scene is the office of the Chief of Police in Budapest. The Chief is seated behind his desk, while in the doorway stands a woman. Her face is white. Terror stares from her eyes, and her hands tremble as she tears her tiny handkerchief to pieces.
But, Chief, you must believe me. Your assistant does not. But I tell you, someone will be killed if you do not listen to what I have to say.
Now, sit down, my child. Calm yourself. Are you ready to listen to your story?
Last night I went to the theater. I sat next to a gentleman. He looked like a gentleman. We spoke about the program, you understand?
I understand. And having spoken to him of the program, he suggested you have supper?
Yes, we went for a drive in his motor car.
And he asked you how you'd like to visit his home?
Yes, sir, but how...
How do I know? It's always the same story. Of how much money did he rob you?
Money, sir, I had no money. He did not rob me. He tried to kill me. It was horrible. I nearly died of fright.
No. Complete the story.
I went to his home. At castle it was. He asked if I would like to have my fortune told. I said yes. He told me to gaze in the crystal globe. But first he gave me some pale yellow wine to drink.
Yeah, go on.
I felt my senses slipping away from me. I was staring hard in the crystal. A shadow, I know not what, made me glance in the mirror. I saw him. He stood behind me, his eyes glaring, green they were, eyes of fire, his face almost black. And in his hand he held a piece of green silk cord. It was looped and had a slip knot. He was going to slip it over my head.
Yes, and then?
Then I fainted. The next thing I knew, I was lying among the shrubbery in Erskine Park.
Very well. We will look into the matter.
You do not believe me, do you?
Oh, I would not say that. No,
Sorry. Someday you will regret. Goodbye.
3 weeks later, a wealthy society woman tells a similar story to the Budapest chief of police. 4 weeks later, another. In each instance, the description given by the women of the castle, of the fiend who drugged them, is the same. The World War breaks out, and the police department is disrupted. But the citizens of Vienna and Budapest are terrified at the alarming number of missing women. On farms, in gardens, behind hedges, in abandoned buildings, bodies in various stages of decomposition are found, and all are bodies of women. The chief is frantic, and with a woman assistant and 2 detectives scouring the countryside in search of a building that will answer the description of the castle, he meets a government official.
Well, Chief, what are you doing out here? Seeing the country?
Well, what are you doing here?
The government has ordered the seizure of all gasoline for the war, you see. I'm detailed to this district. I'm in a few minutes going to that castle upon the hill.
Oh, the castle? May we go with you?
Certainly, it will be a pleasure. Oh, this is Herr Hartmann. He is the gentleman who told us there was gasoline stored at the castle. But get into the car. We should be off.
Oh, yes, indeed. I am stories here around here.
It's an unusual country.
You know, there is a tragic story behind that castle. Yes? Indeed, yeah. Bela Kiss, he owned the castle. It's a very beautiful wife. They were so happy. Everybody in the village was happy in their love. But alas, she disappeared. Poor Bela Kiss was desolate. She had run away with a younger man. It was terrible.
What did he look like, this Bela Kiss?
He was a handsome man, tall, elegant, thin-faced, I would say, and black-haired, high cheekbones.
It's the same man.
It's the description given by these different women. All right, you're looking for him. We certainly are. But go on. What is the finish to the story?
An old woman went to do the cleaning at the castle. Bela Kiss told her she must not go into a certain room. Regular Bluebeard story. But the old woman, like all old women, was inquisitive. She looked.
And saw what?
5 big vats.
But we have good reason to believe these vats contain gasoline. Oh, but here we are at the place. We'll soon know for certain.
Out of the car pour the officers. The empty castle rings to their footsteps as they make their way to the forbidden room. Strangely enough, the key is in the lock. The door creaks. There are the 5 vats against the wall. A strong odor of alcohol. They move forward and look into the vats. Horror stamps their faces as they see in each vat a naked woman, and around each neck the bluish mark made by the strangler's cord.
Name of all the saints. Where is the wreck?
This is ghastly. I have come to find gasoline, and I find 5 corpses.
5? Yes, but with all the corpses found throughout the city.
The Carlton, get the men to dig the gun.
I shall have it done. On the instant, I shall have it done.
Yes, and you have, you know this monster, this Bela Kiss. Where is he?
He was killed in the war.
26 bodies of women were found buried in Bela Kiss's garden. Over 160 pawn tickets relating to the women's wearing apparel and jewelry. Furious that death in the war had cheated him the capture of the monster, the chief returned to Budapest and tried to forget the horror of the 5 vats. The war over, the chief is sitting in his office when through the door bursts the woman who had first warned him of Bela Kiss.
I have seen him. I saw him today, not half hour ago.
Why, who? What are you talking about?
The man who tried to kill me at the castle. I saw him, I tell you.
Oh, impossible. I have checked the war records. He was killed in Serbia in 1916. See, here are the records. I have kept them. Bela Kiss died of wounds August 9th, 1916.
I do not care. Do you think I could forget him? Never, never, I tell you. He is alive, this thing.
But it is impossible, I tell you. Bela Kiss is dead.
But soon the chief was to doubt his vehement assertions, for within a month he was to hear another story of a woman almost strangled under identical circumstances, although at a different place from the now empty castle. Besides this, the terror of missing women returned to haunt the citizens, and once again the decomposed bodies of long-dead women were found in desolate places. In just a moment you will hear a solution to the strange case of Bela Kiss, the mystery man of Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and character have been taken in the solution for which you have been waiting. The solution of why the murders continued in the same manner as before Bela Kiss's reported death in the war is taken from the statements of the Chief of Police of Budapest, who supplied the information, which, to the best of our belief, has never been published in American newspapers. The scene is the hospital in which Bela Kiss had been reported as having died of wounds. The Chief of Police, remembering how the first woman had warned him of the fiend's activities, determines to carry his investigation further than the official army records reporting death. The chief questions a nurse.
You, of course, know the murders in and around Vienna and Budapest.
Yes, naturally. Although, like everyone else on war service, I was too busy to really keep up with the report.
Well, we did not give all our information to the press. We decided that we would have more success by keeping something secret.
I can understand that.
Now, this man, Fiend is a better name, has probably been responsible for the death of over 300 women. I would like to find out if there are any hospital records other than the official report of Bela Kiss' death.
You don't mean that Bela Kiss is the man you suspect?
I do. In fact, it isn't suspicion. It is an established fact.
But that's impossible. I nursed Bela Kiss till he died. And a young and pious-minded boy of 20 could hardly...
20? Why, Bela Kiss was over 40.
Not the Bela Kiss who died here in this hospital. He was a young boy, I tell you, and I know I nursed him till he died.
Ah, then I have the solution. How badly wounded was Bela Kiss when he was brought here?
There never was any hope that he might recover. Anyone could have seen that he must die.
And Bela Kiss, the real Bela Kiss, undoubtedly exchanged his identification disc and papers with the wounded man, knowing full well that the young boy would be buried as Bela Kiss. And he, the monstrous wretch, free to pursue his murderous career unhindered. But I'll get him. I'll get him.
Back to Budapest races the chief. For 4 days he works feverishly, taking no one into his confidence, but ordering his men to stand by. One night, to a house on the outskirts of town, drive 2 police cars filled with officers. The chief leads the way from the back of the house to one of the upper rooms.
Now listen, you men. Listen. I want absolute silence. I am decided in my own mind that Bela Kiss has trapped the various women he has killed by advertisements in the papers. So I decided to use his methods and inserted this advertisement. I'll read it. Young woman, widow, with moderate fortune and with moderately good looks, desires company of men of culture, preferably 40 or over, must be tall and dark. Object, matrimony.
And you expect Bela Kiss to answer that?
He has answered it. He'll be here.
A taxi at the door. A man is getting out.
Ah, gee, it's Bela Kiss.
He looked up. He's getting back into the taxi.
After him, quick.
Down the stairs rush the police. The taxi, with Bela Kiss standing on the running board, speeds toward the river with the police car in pursuit.
He's going to shoot. Take him. Take him.
Bela Kiss slumps. He's hit, but he hangs on. The taxi reaches the bridge. Another burst of bullets. Several shots take effect, but with one last effort, Bela Kiss throws himself from the taxi, pulls himself over the parapet of the bridge, falls like a plummet, and disappears forever under the foaming waters of the Danube. And so, coincidence, the World War, a search for gasoline, a nurse who remembered a patient, provide the solution for a 15-year-old unsolved mystery. Bela Kiss, the mystery man of Europe.
Roma wines taste better because only Roma selects from the world's greatest wine reserves for your pleasure. And now, Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, Roma Wines present
Suspense. Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Mr. Van Heflin in Three Blind Mice, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those better-tasting California wines enjoyed by more Americans than any other wine. For friendly entertaining, for delightful dining. Yes, right now, a glassful would be very pleasant. as Roma Wines bring you Van Heflin in a remarkable tale of
Suspense.
Lockwood, Bentley, and Walsh Publishing. It still said it on the big brass nameplate.
Going down. Oh, good evening, Mr. Lockwood.
Good evening. Sure, the elevator operators were nice to me. Most of the office boys remembered to knock on my door before they came in. And even some of the stenographers still spoke to me. But everybody else above the rank of junior story reader knew it was just a question of time before that big brass nameplate in the lobby came down and another one went up in its place. Bentley and Walsh Publishing. No more Lockwood. If ever a man hated his partners, I did.
Main floor, sir.
I went out of the building and across the street to the Savoy for dinner. Even the head waiter must have heard the rumor. He gave me the dime-sized table over in the corner that's generally reserved for out-of-town ribbon clerks. It's all right, Bob. There'll be another day. I'd gotten to coffee and dessert when I saw Helen Conover. Well, that just about summed it up. There were two things that I wanted in this world: to get my hands back on that corporation and Helen Conover. Well, she saw me and I waved to her, and she waved back and started over to my table. She was head of our promotion department. She was smart and ambitious, and she could have personally modeled for any pin-up art that you ever saw, but she was reserving anything along that line for my partner, Dick Walsh. Okay, sister, there'll be another day.
Hello, Arthur. Dining alone?
Yes, it's a habit, but I could break it under the right conditions.
Oh, but you're all finished.
That's all right. Sit down. Just a big book publisher. Got nothing to do.
Well, if it's not against office regulations to have dinner with the boss.
Regulations? Well, they never bothered you now, did they?
Now, Arthur, let's keep this clean.
Does Madame wish to order?
Yes, the steak dinner, please. No soup and no potatoes.
Very good, madam.
Working kind of late, aren't you?
Not working. Dick wanted me to see him off on the train.
Train? Where's it going?
Chicago.
What for?
Business, I suppose. Didn't he tell you?
You know, they never tell me anything anymore.
Well, it wasn't anything very important, I guess.
Well, I'd know even less if it had been. Maybe you can tell me about Sam.
About Sam?
Did he get his report from the doctor?
Oh, yes. He did, as a matter of fact.
How is it?
I'm afraid it's pretty bad.
How bad?
Well, it's his heart, all right. They don't give him much more time.
Oh?
6 months at the most.
Well, that means they'll have to work fast. Or I will.
What?
Wouldn't you say so?
Arthur, I don't understand you. I've just told you that one of your partners has only 6 months to live, and you don't even seem to care.
Now, look, let's be grown up about it, at least. Sam Bentley and Dick Walsh have been trying to ease me out of the firm for the last year. Now Sam's going to kick off. Why should I care?
You really hate him, don't you?
Me? I don't hate anybody. I just hope he kicks off tonight instead of waiting 6 months and the Dick Walsh's train runs into the Hudson River, that's all. I don't hate anybody. I just wish they were dead.
Oh, Arthur, how can you?
What's the matter with that? I wish my partners were out of the way, and you wish... Well, I know what you wish, too, only I'm honest about it, and you're not.
This isn't a very pleasant conversation.
Well, there's always a better one. For instance, what are you doing tonight?
I'm going home and get a good night's sleep for a change.
By the way, how long is Dick going to be away?
About a week.
You'll be kind of lonely, won't you?
I don't see why I should.
Well, that's what I was thinking. You know, I've always had a sort of a yen for you, Helen.
Why, Mr. Lockwood, why don't people tell me these things?
People don't have to tell people like you those things.
Now that you mention it, I do seem to have noticed a sort of a leer every so often.
That wasn't any leer, baby. That was the real McCoy.
Look, Arthur, this may sound kind of corny, but I'm in love with Dick, and he's in love with me.
It does.
What?
Sound corny. Why doesn't he marry you?
You know why?
Sure, that wife that won't divorce him. You know, he's been using that one for the last 10 years.
Please, Arthur, I'd rather not talk about it.
Okay. Not to change the subject, but what do you expect to get out of it?
Get out of what?
The reorganization, the big day when they kick old Arthur out of the firm. You think maybe they'll make you a vice president?
I really don't know what you're talking about, Arthur.
Well, you ought to think about it. Because you can never tell, I might be able to make you an even better proposition.
I'm afraid I'm not interested in your propositions, Arthur. Any of them.
Okay, baby. There'll be another day. It was mostly bluff, and she knew it. But there was one thing that she didn't know. There was a chance that my smart partners had actually been holding out on me, and if they had, the way our incorporation papers were drawn, then I could really nail them. Well, I'd been snooping through the files at night lately, and I'd already dug up a couple of things. This night I went back at it again. I let myself in through the side door of the building and walked up the 2 flights to the office. Everything was dark and deserted. You could barely make out the long lines of desks. And then I saw the light under Sam's door. Well, I crossed the office very quietly and listened. Nothing. I tapped on the door. Still nothing. So I opened it. And there was Sam. There was Sam, leaning back in his chair and staring at me with those cold and slightly protruding blue eyes, much the way he always did. Except, tonight, there was a small hole in the right side of his head. And Sam Bentley was dead. The gun was lying on the carpet where it had fallen out of his hand. It was his, all right. I recognized it. His other hand had fallen against an open drawer of the desk, and his wristwatch was broken. It had stopped at 8:05, and I picked up the phone to call the police. And then I noticed a letter on his desk. It was addressed to Richard Walsh. Well, I put up the phone and looked at that letter. Then I opened it. Well, it was about what I'd figured, the doctor's report on his heart, the usual all-around apology, and then a detailed explanation of how Dick Walsh could use the corporate insurance to pay off Sam's family for his share of the business and then take it over himself because Sam didn't want me to have any part of it. The signature was a little scrawly, but it was Sam's all right. So there it was, the double cross. And yet, it's funny, but almost before I got to reading it, I knew the answer. I looked at that broken wristwatch of his again. 8:05, it said. An hour later, I was home in bed, sleeping like a baby, knowing that Dick Walsh, too, was going to die. I strolled into the office the next morning about 10 just to be on the safe side, but of course they'd already found him. All over the office there were little huddles that broke up furtively at my approach. Well, I played it for what it was worth and headed for the largest and most important huddle, the executive huddle outside of Sam's door. They were all there, including Helen Conover. And she was looking pretty sick. Well, what is all this?
Just a minute. Who are you?
Oh, I'm Arthur Lockwood, officer. What's all this about?
Oh, just wait here, please, Mr. Lockwood.
Hey, what's going on here, anyway? Somebody robbed the till?
Arthur.
What?
Arthur, it's Sam.
What? His heart?
No, he was shot.
Shot?
Arthur, the police say it's murder.
Will you come in, please, Mr. Lockwood?
Yes, certainly.
The captain would like to see you again, too, please, Miss Conover.
Oh, yes, all right.
Well, we went in. Sam was still there. But by this time, somebody had thrown a towel over his face. A big, gangling guy came across the room toward me with his hand out.
Mr. Lockwood?
Yes?
Captain Gibbons, homicide.
Is that Sam Bentley?
Yes. No, it must be something of a shock to you, sir, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you a few questions.
Oh, yes, of course. Please go right ahead.
Know anybody who want to kill your partner, Mr. Lockwood?
Are you sure it was... couldn't it have been suicide?
Why would he want to kill himself?
Well, he's been pretty depressed lately. His health has been bad. Only yesterday he got a report from his doctor that he probably wouldn't live more than 6 months.
No, won't hold, Mr. Lockwood. Not unless you figure that Bentley shot himself and then carried the gun into your other partner's office. That's Mr. Walsh, isn't it?
Mr. Walsh?
Yes. Does that surprise you?
Why, yes, it...
Do you mean that you found the gun in Mr. Walsh's office?
In the wall safe. How many people have the combination of that safe, Mr. Lockwood?
Why, just the 3 of us, I think. The 3 partners. We each have a safe, but somebody else has to have the combination, too, just in case, you know.
Mm-hmm. Did you trust your partners, Mr. Lockwood?
Well, Captain, I'll be frank with you. There hasn't been a great deal of love lost between us lately, but, yes, we trusted each other in our own way.
Where were you at 7:10, Mr. Lockwood?
Oh, I was having dinner at the Savoy across the street.
You can prove that, I suppose?
Yes, of course. As a matter of fact, Miss Conover here came over and later and joined me.
Mm-hmm. I understand Miss Conover was seeing your other partner, Mr. Walsh, off on the 7:35 for Chicago.
So she told me, yes.
Mm-hmm. You're sure of the train time?
Yes, of course.
Well, it's the one Dick Walsh always takes to Chicago. Well, why this interest in time? Have you set the time of when it happened?
Bentley's watch was broken. It stopped at 10 after 7. Either of you see this before?
Where did that come from?
Recognize it?
Yes, of course. That's Mr. Walsh's watch charm.
He keeps losing it. He loses it all the time.
Yeah, yes, he does. We found it in the chair, behind Bentley's body.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Captain. You don't seriously mean to suggest that...
How does it add up to you?
Well, I mean that watch charm doesn't mean anything. It's true that he did lose it all the time, but he could have lost it in here any time.
Not in a chair, Mr. Lockwood. It wouldn't stay there very long, not without being found.
Oh, Captain, there must be some mistake. There must be.
You can go now, Miss Conover.
But please...
I said you could go now, Miss Conover.
Come on, Helen.
I guess that's it, Harry. I guess it is. Better call Chicago and issue a warrant.
Oh.
Richard Leonard Walsh. Suspicion of murder.
No!
All right. It's nothing now. She's just fainted.
For Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Van Heflin in Three Blind Mice. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Between the acts of Suspense, this is Ken Niles for Roma Wines. Next time you have friends over in the evening, try this simple, gracious way to add warmth to their welcome. Serve delicious Roma California sherry, port, or muscatel. Delightful with cheese, nuts, cake, or any tasty snack. You're sure to please every guest with better-tasting Roma wines. For Roma wines are favorites from coast to coast, enjoyed by more Americans than any other wine. The reason? Roma wines taste better because Roma starts with choicest grapes. Because Roma, with patient skill and America's finest winemaking resources, guides these naturally finer grapes unhurriedly to tempting taste perfection. Because Roma then places this luscious grape treasure with Roma wines of years before to await selection from the world's greatest reserves of fine wines for your pleasure. So insist on Roma, R-O-M-A, Roma wines. Made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now, Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Van Heflin as Arthur Lockwood, with Kathy Lewis as Helen Conover in Three Blind Mice, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
The defendant will rise and face the court. Does the defendant wish to make a statement before sentence is passed? If not, we will proceed. Richard Leonard Walsh, having been tried and found guilty of the murder of Samuel Bentley in the first degree, you are hereby remanded to the custody of the warden of the state penitentiary, where at such time as the state shall deem appropriate, you will be executed in the manner prescribed by law.
It's a nice, easy way of getting along in the publishing business, if you're lucky. One of your partners commits suicide. You rig the evidence to frame the other partner for his murder. Net result, a new firm, Arthur Lockwood, Incorporated. Arthur Lockwood being me. Of course, there were the usual appeals, and the thing dragged on, but that didn't worry me. I had other things to think about. And number one on that list was Helen Conover. But there, I'll admit, I was surprised, because Dick knew that he'd been framed and must have suspected me, and Helen was supposed to be in love with Dick. Well, I played it very carefully. The paternal approach, the sorrowing friend, dinner and the theater and stuff like that. But never a word, never a wrong word or gesture. And then one night, about a week before Dick Walsh was scheduled to be executed, I just brought Helen home from a sedate little tour of some of our most upper-crust hot boxes, and we were at her apartment.
It was a swell evening, Arthur. You've been awfully sweet to me.
Well, it's the least I can do, Helen.
Oh, you mustn't feel that way, Arthur.
What way?
But you sort of owe me something.
Oh, you something? Well, why should I? It's just that I know how you feel.
I wonder if you do.
Well, yes, I think so. You've been awfully brave about it, but I think I know.
Arthur, once you said that something I said was corny. Remember?
Yes, I remember.
Well, it was. It wasn't even true.
You weren't in love with him?
Afraid I'm a pretty heartless little girl, Arthur. I'm afraid I love myself too much to be really in love with anybody.
Well, that's not heartless. That's just honest.
You know that he's to be executed next week, don't you?
Yes.
Well, then he's not much good to me now, is he? Even if he did want to marry me.
Oh.
Now you know I'm heartless. And cold-blooded and cruel.
Well, I ought to. But I don't.
No. I don't have to be that way. I can be other ways.
What other ways?
Like this.
Helen. Well, that was that. I didn't care about anything after that, even marriage. We made a quick trip down to Virginia where names in the publishing business wouldn't mean a thing, even ours. And it was all very quiet. No publicity, no fuss, nothing. When we got back, we took a little place in the East 50s, although, of course, she kept her apartment, I kept mine. It had to be that way for a while, at least until after Dick's execution and things had cooled down a bit. Well, I knocked off early at the office that day, for the looks of the thing, and Helen was already home when I got there.
Oh, you're home early, aren't you, darling? Any particular reason?
No particular reason.
Penny for your thoughts, darling.
My thoughts? Oh, nothing special. I guess I was just thinking, I don't know.
Bet I know.
What?
You were thinking about Dick. He's going to die tonight.
Well, maybe I was, I don't know.
Well, I'm glad you did come home anyway, darling, because I wanted to have a little talk with you.
Sure, about what?
You really shouldn't let it bother you, you know.
Let what bother me?
The execution.
Why should it bother me? He killed a man, didn't he? Why should I worry about what the law does to him?
Are you so sure, Arthur?
So sure of what?
So sure that he did kill a man?
Well, right then it hit me. That all the time I'd been thinking how slick everything was. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. That all this time she'd been playing with me like a smart young cat with a silly, blind old mouse. 3 mice, and one of them dead. And another with them as good as dead. And I was left.
All the evidence and everything. It wasn't like Dick to do a thing like that.
You don't think he killed him?
Arthur, do you remember, it was a long time ago, you asked me what I expected to get out of it? If Sam and Dick squeezed you out of the firm.
Yeah, I remember.
And you said you might have a better proposition?
Yeah?
Well, I've decided what I want.
Sure. You really want to be a vice president? We can fix that easy enough, although I sort of had the idea that you'd be pulling out after a while now that we're married.
Arthur, you're priceless. No, I'm afraid a vice presidency isn't at all what I have in mind. And I don't know where you got the idea that I'd be pulling out of the firm. Ever.
All right. What do you want?
I want a full partnership, Arthur.
A partnership?
Yes. Is that so strange?
Well, we are partners now, in a way. You're my wife.
No. I mean a real partnership. A corporate partnership.
Look, Helen, you're asking me out of a clear sky to give you a half a share in $1 million business.
Yes.
Well, that'll take some thinking about.
Yes. I suppose it will. I'm saying it was strange about that evidence. For instance, there was the letter.
What letter?
The letter that was on Sam's desk when he killed himself. It disappeared.
You must be crazy.
Am I? What about the wristwatch? When he died, it said 5 after 8. But when they found him, it said 10 after 7. And the gun. It was lying on the carpet by his hand, but somehow it got into Dick's wall safe.
You knew all that, and you let an innocent man go to the chair?
Oh, really? Oh, Arthur, you are priceless. I let an innocent man go to the chair?
You know, of course, that a wife can't testify against her husband.
Oh, no. No, a wife can't be forced to testify against her husband, but she can if her conscience...
All right. What do you want?
I thought I'd mentioned it. The partnership.
I see.
Now, you're not going to be unreasonable about it, are you, darling?
No, Helen. I'm not going to be unreasonable.
You know, darling, I was thinking we ought to rearrange the office space.
She'd even turned her back on me now. She was gazing out of the window, dreaming up the future. Her future, just the way she'd planned it. I couldn't guess how she knew. She must have been hiding somewhere and seen me, but that didn't matter much now. I only knew that I was right back where I'd started from, the business slipping out of my hands, and someday, no business, and no Helen. I had to think fast and act fast. There was a bronze statuette on the end table. I picked it up and hefted it. It was just about right. So I stepped over behind her.
The offices, then, will be just exactly the same. Except for that. Darling, you won't mind that, will you,
I hit her hard, but not too hard. Because this was one suicide that was going to come off right. I carried her out to the kitchen and propped her up in a chair in front of the kitchen table. And then I went into the bathroom and got some towels. That wouldn't leave any marks. And I tied her hands and feet and gagged her, so that even if she did come to in a few minutes, it wouldn't matter. All I had to do was come back in a couple of hours and put the towels away and make everything look just as natural as I could. It was a risk, those 2 hours, and I knew it. The whole thing was a risk. But it was the best I could do. I looked at her once more before I left. She hadn't moved a muscle. And then I turned on the gas. By the time I got back to my apartment, I was shaking all over. This time I had really killed somebody. But why would anybody connect me with it, I told myself. Why would anybody think it was anything but suicide? She had the motive this day of all days. Everybody knew that she was in love with Watch. And even if her marriage to me came out, the motive would still hold. And then the doorbell rang, and I jumped a foot. At first I wasn't going to answer it, and then I thought I'd better. Whoever it was would establish that I was here at home and that I could brush them off before I had to leave.
Hello, Mr. Lockwood. Busy?
Why, no, Captain Gibbons. No, come right in.
Thanks.
Right in here, please. Have a seat.
Uh-huh.
Cigar?
Thanks. Pretty good cigar. You must be doing pretty well for yourself nowadays. Better let me light it myself. You, seem kind of nervous.
Well, you know how it is. I mean, today the...
Oh, you mean your partner Walsh going to the hot seat?
I try not to think about it, but, well...
Yeah, he'll be sitting down there pretty soon now. Pretty soon. They say it doesn't hurt, but I don't know. You ever see one?
Look, do we have to talk about it?
Makes you feel kind of bad, eh? I wouldn't wonder. Why did you do it, Lockwood?
Do what?
Frame it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Sure you do. You changed the time, stashed the gun, tore up the suicide note. In fact, as I was saying, you framed him.
No, Walsh killed him. You know he did. He was convicted of killing him. All the evidence was that he killed him.
Oh, sure. Walsh killed him, all right.
What?
Walsh killed him. He told us he did. Just today.
But it was... Hey, look, what is this?
Walsh killed him and framed it to look like suicide. Then you came along and pinned it back on Walsh where it belonged in the first place. He gave us a full confession just this afternoon.
Then you...
So, I don't know whether we ought to thank you for making it easy for us or try to pin a rap on you. But the DA is willing to let it go, so it's all right with me. He wants a statement, though.
Oh, sure. Sure, anything you say.
By the way, what about that dame?
What dame?
The one in your office that was supposed to be sweet on Walsh. We want her the worst way.
Why?
Accessory to murder. She was in it up to her ears. Yeah.
So that was
Walsh
it.
spilled the whole
That's
thing.
how she'd known, and I'd taken my life in my hand for nothing. She was up there dying right now. I was murdering her while Gibbons sat there risking my life to do something that the law would have done for me. Maybe it still wasn't too late, but Gibbons just sat there talking and talking and talking.
Well, you just go down there to the DA's office and give him that statement, eh?
Sure. Tomorrow, the very first thing.
You know, you sure are a heel, Lockwood. But you're a lucky heel.
It was 10 blocks away. I didn't dare take a cab. I didn't dare even run for fear that somebody would see me and remember in case it was too late. By the time I got there, I was gasping for breath, so I'd run every step. So I let myself in, and the smell of gas hit me just like a brick wall. I put my handkerchief over my face and rushed into the kitchen. I threw open the window and shut off the gas. She was sitting there just as I left her. Well, I got her up on the table, and I dragged it over toward the window. I got the gag out of her mouth, and I began working her arms, artificial respiration. I knew that much. I worked over by that window until the sweat was running down my face. But I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell yet. The towels that I'd tied her feet with were still there, but I didn't bother with them or anything else. I just kept working over her, up and down, as though my life depended on it. It did.
I'm afraid you're too late, Lockwood. I'm afraid your wife is dead.
He was a smart cop, that Gibbons. He knew a lot. He says now he's pretty sure it doesn't hurt. The electric chair, I mean. Well, tonight I'm going to find out.
Suspense. Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, Roma, America's favorite wines. Well, this is Ken Niles bringing back to our microphone the distinguished star of tonight's suspense play, Van Heflin. Van, you played the part of a publisher tonight. How about publishing a few tips on Roma Wines?
Well, with wine like Roma, Ken, all you need to do is publish the facts.
Well, fact number one is that Roma, America's greatest vintner, has asked me to present you with this basket of Roma wines for your wonderful performance tonight.
Well, that's a very good beginning, Ken. My thanks to you and to Roma.
Fact number two, Van, is that your friends will enjoy the Roma California Sherry in your gift basket. For golden amber, fragrant Roma Sherry with tempting nut-like taste is the perfect first call to dinner. The ideal wine for entertaining any time.
Right, Ken. But tell the people why Roma Sherry is so good. Give them the facts, my boy, the facts.
All right, you are, Professor Heflin. Fact number three. Roma Sherry, like all Roma wines, begins with California's choicest grapes. Then Roma vintners, with America's finest winemaking resources, guide these select grapes unhurriedly to tempting taste perfection and place them with Roma wines of years before. Later, Roma selects from this vast taste treasure the world's greatest wine reserves for your pleasure.
Ken, you're hired. Thank you, and good night.
Van Heflin may currently be seen in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Technicolor musical Till the Clouds Roll By with Van Johnson, Judy Garland, and Frank Sinatra. Tonight's suspense play was written by Kenneth Pettis and Robert Richards. Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Mr. Glenn Ford as star of Suspense.
Produced and directed by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Roma wines taste better because only Roma selects from the world's greatest wine reserves for your pleasure. And now, Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, Roma Wines present
Suspense. Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Mr. Glenn Ford in End of the Road, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A. Roma Wines. Those better-tasting California wines enjoyed by more Americans than any other wine. For friendly entertaining, for delightful dining. Yes, right now, a glassful would be very pleasant, as Roma Wines bring you Glenn Ford in a remarkable tale of suspense.
For an automobile salesman, I have expensive habits. I mean dames. It had been dames as long as I could remember. It's strictly murder. Also, it gets you definitely no place. So this day I was turning over a new leaf. Nothing on my mind but business. Pencil in my hand, the sheet of figures on the desk, figuring out how to sell 1 million Excelsior 8s, make $1 billion. And someone tapped on the glass. I didn't even look up, just the busy executive. There it was again. Now I looked up.
Am I disturbing you?
Was she disturbing me? I got up in a trance and followed her across the showroom floor. It seemed as though I'd never seen anyone walk like that before in all my life.
This is my husband, Mr. Ganlon. Mr. Evans, the sales manager.
How do you do, sir? So she had a husband. He was a little sourpuss runt with a limpy leg about twice her age, dressed like dough. The kind of dough that you would buy Excelsior 8s by the dozens. But I wasn't thinking about that now. I was thinking about her. I was thinking that the best way to guarantee seeing her again was to send them out that door in an Excelsior 8. So I pasted on the big salesman's smile, went to town. This is our customs line, Mr. Ganlon, distinctive in appearance. You'll notice the three-tone color effect inside and out. Upholstery to match, huh? And the broad, graceful, sweeping lines, a thing of beauty.
What's under the hood?
That's a question that I've been waiting for. Why, the world-famous Excelsior motor, Mr. Ganlon.
Gan, please, I've never driven in an Excelsior. Perhaps Mr. Evans would take us for a ride.
Oh, now look here, Sylvia.
Gan, please.
All right. It won't take a minute. Yeah. Try that rear seat, Mr. Ganlon. You'll find it broad and luxurious. Now, Mrs. Ganlon, if you'd care to sit up here in front, you can see what it'll do.
Thank you.
Hey, you see how it handles, Mr. Ganlon? It's like a baby carriage, huh?
Well, keep your eyes on the road.
I turned the corner on two wheels. Explained about the minimum sway being on account of the stabilizers. Well, I got a couple of grunts for that try. In the mirror, I saw he'd close his eyes. So I turned to her. I still didn't know if this deal was going to be too easy, but one look at that look in those eyes, and I began to have a rough idea.
What do they call you?
Which they?
Your friends?
Speed. How about you?
Sylvia. Why the speed, Evans?
I like to get places.
I like to go places.
It's the same thing.
Maybe you're right.
Maybe we're both right.
Maybe, Speed. Maybe.
She'd asked for it. I'd have made that Excelsior turn somersaults. As it was, I showed her some driving tricks that'd make your hair stand on end. She loved them. Every once in a while, her eyes met mine, and we clung there just long enough. We knew, both of us, what I was selling, and it wasn't an Excelsior. Now, I can have the car ready for delivery first thing in the morning, Mr. Ganlon. What do you say?
Gan, please.
All right, Sylvia, all right.
Now, if you'll just sign the order.
I want it now, and I pay cash.
Well, that's fine, Mr. Ganlon. That's just fine. I think you'll find the desk in my office the most convenient.
Is that your office there?
Yes, that's right, Mr. Ganlon. I'll collect all the necessary papers while you're making out the check.
All right.
Well, how did you like it?
Like what?
The car? For a start.
I love it.
You better drive in for a service check as soon as you can.
When?
Tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Suppose you could manage to be alone?
Yes. I'll be alone.
She came in the next morning, she was alone. Well, from that day, we went places. We went there fast. But this was, well, it was different. She was different. Different from anything I'd ever known before. And in less than 2 weeks, I knew I didn't care about husbands or Excelsior Ace or even $1 million. All I cared about was her. And it was the same with her most of the time. That was what was tearing me up. Though it was other times, standoffish, scared. I was screwy. I didn't get it. Well, one day we were down at the beach as usual. Lately we were arguing about it.
Oh, please, Steve, don't.
Oh, what's the matter with Reno? We've got to do something about it someday, haven't we?
Yes.
Well, that's what they got Reno for.
He'll come after me.
I'll let him come. We'll tear up his claim check.
Speed, I want to run along the beach. Come on.
Hey, 33, I'm too old for this stuff. Hey, wait a minute. Anyway, look.
Steve, you got to learn to relax.
I lost my roller skates.
I'll get you another pair.
I don't need skates.
Yes, you do.
That's all right, Sylvia.
Oh.
Look, listen, Sylvia. Cut out the horseplay and quit stalling. I want a decision. One way or another now.
Oh, darling, now you're angry.
I am. It's a screwy deal. You love me. You want to leave him, but you won't.
Oh, but I will, darling. Speed, you see, there's so many things. They're all complicated and mixed up. First, there's my father.
What about him?
Well, you see, my father and Gannon were mining partners in a little town called Phoebe, Arizona, and then there was a cave-in, and my father was killed. Oh, he was such a wonderful man. We were so terribly close.
Oh, that's tough, baby.
Sometimes it's almost as though he were alive. I see him, Speed, in dreams ever so often. I hear him speak. It was 10 years ago.
Oh, what's all this got to do with you and Gannon?
Stop it! Stop talking me! Can't you just leave me alone? Leave me alone!
Okay, if that's what you want.
Oh, no. Speed, don't.
Look, baby, I don't know about you, but I'm leaving town tonight. I can't take this any longer. I'm going back now, quit my job, and draw my $3 out of the bank and pack a bag. I'm leaving tonight, with you or without you.
Oh, no, Speed, you can't. You can't go without me.
Well, that's up to you, baby.
Oh, I'm afraid.
Of what?
I don't know.
Well, we'll worry about that later. What about it?
All right, I'll go.
I was to meet at the usual place at 8 o'clock. I was on time, but even before I got there, I realized she'd never show up. I waited an hour, and then I crossed the street to the apartment where they lived. The 7th floor, 707. She must have been hanging around the door because it opened almost at once. She came out in the hall, closed it behind her. She was scared to death.
Speed, you've got to get away, right away.
Not without you, baby.
No, listen to me, Speed. I lied to you this afternoon.
No kidding.
I mean, about my father. He wasn't just killed in a cave-in. He was murdered. Gannon murdered him.
So you married Gannon to kind of show your appreciation.
Yes, I mean...
You don't make sense, baby. Come on, we're going inside.
No, Speed, no!
We're going to settle this once and for all now. In the living room, Gannon was lying on the couch with his shoes off, his feet propped up. In a chair opposite was a young punk in a tan overcoat who looked like he took the wrong kind of nose drops when he needed courage. He let it be known fairly obvious that he had a gun in his pocket. Gannon didn't even get up.
Well, Mr. Evans, this is an unexpected pleasure.
I'm afraid it's no pleasure either way. I've come to tell you that your wife is leaving you with me.
Oh? Is she?
Yeah.
What about it, Sylvia? You don't seem to have entirely convinced her, Mr. Evans.
Listen, I don't know exactly what goes on here.
That's obvious.
But I do know that she's headed straight for a crack-up and that you're at the bottom of it, so she's leaving tonight. Go on, Sylvia, get your things.
All right.
Mr. Evans, I'm not sure you fully appreciate the penalties of stealing a man's wife.
Now, there's divorce courts to handle that, besides other ways, if you're big enough.
Well, since you brought up the question of superior force. All right, Zeke, take him.
Okay. Put him up. Hi, funny face.
Oh, gunsels with guns you have, huh?
Sometimes they come in handy, Mr. Evans.
Come on, start walking.
Any particular direction?
Yeah, outside.
All right. All right, you win, Mr. Ganlon.
Take him out and kick him down the stairs, Zeke. Kick him.
The punk was plenty shaky, and he had the gun jammed right in my back. That's not smart if your guy knows a little judo. I made a quick half turn and fired, but not soon enough. I'd have broken his arm before he could try again. The gun scooted across the floor somewhere, and I was just thinking it's lucky they soundproof these fancy apartments. It started going off again. I whirled around to see Sylvia with a gun in her hand, stalking Ganlon like a tigress. He was cowering behind the furniture, and she was moving around trying to get a clear shot at him. It took me one good leap to get over there and knock her out cold. There was a bowl of water, some flowers on the table. I threw the flowers on the floor, threw the water on Sylvia. She opened her eyes, looked around.
Oh, Speed, why did you do it?
You're lucky, baby. When you get better at it, they're liable to call it murder.
Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Glenn Ford in End of the Road. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Between the acts of Suspense, this is Ken Niles for Roma Wines. Whenever you want dinner to be outstanding, whenever the occasion calls for the magic touch that changes a meal into gracious, satisfying dining, enrich your table with a delicious Roma California wine. With tender, juicy steak or oven-browned roast, enjoy the tantalizing taste harmonies of red, robust Roma Burgundy. Or bring out the exquisite hidden flavors in fish or fowl with pale gold, delicate Roma Sauterne. And remember, all Roma wines taste better because Roma begins with choicest grapes. Then, with unmatched skill and resources, Roma guides these naturally finer grapes unhurriedly to tempting taste perfection. Later, Roma places this luscious grape treasure with Roma wines of years before, and finally, Roma selects from the world's greatest wine reserves for your pleasure. With your dinner tomorrow, enjoy better tasting Roma wines. That's R-O-M-A. Roma, the greatest name in wine.
And now, Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Glenn Ford as Speed Evans, with Kathy Lewis as Sylvia Ganlon in End of the Road. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
After the gunplay, I thought it would be easy. But when I tried to get her down to the car, she clawed like a wildcat, and I had to clip her again. It was a battle all the way across town till we got to barreling along Highway 99, and she knew she'd break her neck if she tried to jump. And all of a sudden, she just went to sleep. I looked over at her sleeping there in the corner, rolled up like a kitten and as innocent as a baby. And I knew I was for it. If it killed me, I'd just have to do the best I could. Now, we'd passed Bakersfield, and I was headed up over the Tehachapi Mountains before she woke up. It was morning.
Oh. Hello, darling.
Feeling any better, baby?
Oh, yes. I had such a wonderful dream. I was a little girl again. And I was with my father, and he was rowing across a lake. And then...
Then what?
Speed, I lied to you about Gannon. He didn't kill my father. I was wicked to say that, wasn't I?
Oh, you're just a little mixed up, that's all.
Speed?
Yeah?
Where are we going?
We're going to your hometown, baby, Phoebe, Arizona.
Oh.
You like the idea?
I suppose so. Why?
Look, baby, I'm no psychiatrist, but something happened back there when you were a kid. Something to do with the death of your father. It's had you on the merry-go-round ever since. So much so that about 9 hours ago, you tried to kill a man.
I said I was sorry about that, Steve.
Sure. But if you and I are going to make a go of this, I think we ought to do something more besides just saying we feel sorry, don't you?
You make it sound as though you thought I was going to go around killing people for the rest of my life.
All I say is that you're not going to be very happy until we know the facts about this thing, whatever they are. Until you've faced the facts, and from then on, we can forget it.
terribly hungry, aren't you?
Yeah, I could do with a little something.
Look, there's a place up ahead.
Oh, okay.
Bus just pulled in.
Yeah, it's one of the regular stops here.
Speed. Kiss me.
How's that?
Oh, that's wonderful.
All right, let's go, huh?
My, what a lot of people.
Those big buses hold a lot of people, baby.
Help! Help! I'm being kidnapped!
Come here.
Help me! Help!
It's all right. It's all right. She's my wife.
Hey, what's going on here? I'm not. I've never seen him before in my life. What? I'm being kidnapped.
Hey, that's no way to treat even your wife, mister.
All right, if you must know, she's crazy. She's my wife, but she's hopelessly insane.
But I don't care.
About 5 minutes later, she snapped out of it. You'd think nothing at all had happened, but I wasn't taking any more chances. I took to the side roads wherever I could, figuring the cops would be on my tail any minute, so we didn't cross the state line until after midnight. Well, it was next morning when I kicked it out of gear at Phoebe, Arizona. There was only one hotel. We registered, adjoining rooms. All the time, I was watching her like a hawk. I didn't need to. Now that we were there, she seemed glad. Now, we'd been in our rooms about 5 minutes when the phone rang. Hello.
Mr. Evans?
Yeah?
Just a moment, Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans, this is San Francisco, Operator 23. We've got a long-distance call for you.
San Francisco?
Yes, sir. We've been trying to reach you all night. Shall I put your party on now?
All right. Go ahead.
Hello, Evans?
Yeah?
This is Ganlon.
You must have a private eye on your payroll, too, huh?
I know you're an intelligent man, Evans, whatever else you may be. I knew where you'd go. But I want to tell you something. You're getting in deep water. Deeper than you know anything about.
And you hope I'll drown, huh? All right, maybe I will. But I'm still wading in.
I'm coming down there, Evans. In the meantime, keep quiet and keep her quiet. And keep your nose out of things.
What's that supposed to be? A threat?
I'm not threatening you. I'm telling you. For your own good.
It was Ganlon, wasn't it?
What? Yeah, he called to give us his blessing.
He's coming down, too, isn't he?
Maybe.
I'm glad, Speed. You just can't know how glad I am.
Yeah, it's going to be real cozy, just the three of us.
You've been cruel to me, Speed.
Oh, me?
I've forgiven you, though. You know that.
Why, sure, baby.
I just didn't understand at first, but I understand now. Why you brought me here, I mean. You're going to find proof that Gan killed my father.
I'll work on that.
I can tell you exactly how it happened.
You said yesterday you were lying.
Oh, don't try to confuse me, Speed. You want to know it, don't you?
Sure. Let's have it.
Well, my father and Gan were tunneling a new shaft in the side of the mountain. They were working alone that day. They'd set a dynamite charge inside the shaft with wires out to the ignition box. The box worked with a plunger, but when my father pushed it down, the dynamite didn't go off. He went back inside to find the trouble. While he was in there, Gan pushed down the plunger again. My father was blown to bits.
Just like that, huh?
Don't you believe me?
Like I say, I'll work on it.
They'll hang him, won't they?
Hang who?
Ganlon, they'll hang him when you find proof.
If he's guilty, they'll hang him.
You'll prove it, darling. Promise me you will, so they can arrest him when he arrives. You'll do it for your baby, I know. Kiss me, darling.
How's that?
Oh, that's wonderful. That's all I care about. That and seeing Ganlon hanged.
She went to sleep then, just as peaceful as you please, dreaming of Ganlon with a rope around his neck. Well, I found the thing they call the City Hall. Asked to see records on an old man's death. Well, they hemmed and hawed some, and then it came out that half the town was burned down a few years back. The records went up with it. They finally suggested I see an old-timer named Konski who had been her father's mine foreman at one time or another. Well, I did. He was already waiting for me. He seemed to know what I was after. He was all primed with the answers.
Sure, I know Sylvia. Sweetest, prettiest little kid I ever see all my life.
And of course, you knew her father.
Sure, I knew.
I guess Sylvia must have been pretty fond of him.
Sure, she was crazy about it.
Oh, wasn't she?
Maybe. But if she was the only one in this town wasn't glad to see him die.
Look, you don't have to be cagey with me. I'm trying to help Sylvia.
All right. You know what is the best thing you can do?
What?
Get out of town before you make plenty trouble.
That was that. Well, the next stop was the office of the weekly paper owned, published, printed, and peddled by one guy, a guy named McLean. He seemed to know all about my business, too. Had the files all laid out for me.
Why don't you lay off it, Evans? It's 10 years old and dead and buried.
Mind if I look at your files?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. You can see what it says. Mine disaster, premature explosion, accidental death.
Any chance it wasn't accidental?
What do you mean?
Any chance that Ganlon did it?
Not a chance.
He seemed pretty sure.
You ever notice that gippy leg of his?
Yeah?
Well, that's how he got it. He was in the mine when it happened.
I was getting no place fast, only a suspicion and not a very comfortable one. And I hadn't the faintest idea where to go from here. And I thought of the doctor. There had to be a doc to sign a death certificate. Well, I found out who he was, dug him up, and he looked like the worst bet of the bunch. He was half wacky from the effects of age and a misspent life, nothing left but his dignity, and the collection of photographs that he insisted on talking about until I wanted to smack him.
Yes, it was my hobby before my eyes went back on me, but those you see on the wall are only a few. Here. Take a look at some of these.
Who are all you people covering up for, Doc?
Huh? I beg your pardon?
You heard me.
Young man, you realize that what you've just said constitutes a most serious slur on my professional reputation.
Oh, nuts. Look, I'm trying to help a girl that I'm in love with. Can't anybody understand that?
Take this one, for instance, and notice the contrasts. The light and shadow.
Yeah.
I don't suppose you understand the meaning of the term traumatic experience. Huh? No, I thought not. The psychic structure of the personality is a very delicate mechanism. For instance, in the case of Sylvia. Now, take her to a competent man in the field, Mr. Evans. I no longer handle such cases.
That's not what I came to you for, and you know it.
I'm afraid I can't help you. Retired some time ago, you see. Now, look at some of these. They're older, of course, but there's still some very good ones among them.
Look, Doc, I don't want to look at pictures. All I want...
Oh, you found one you like, eh? I knew you'd...
It has a date on it, July 14th, 1935. That mean anything to you?
Is that the stalagmite incrustation? If so, it's...
I don't know. It's just some rocks in a hole in the mountain to me, but that date is the date that Sylvia's father was killed.
Give it to me.
No, you don't. No. I'm afraid you're torn it, Doc.
Give it back to me, I say.
Yeah, but the part I got is still enough to show who killed him. I started back to the hotel, but I didn't feel so good. I didn't feel good at all. I asked at the desk if Ganlon had arrived, but he hadn't, so I went on up to Sylvia's room. She was sitting at the dressing table making up her face. She looked up at me in the mirror.
You know. I can tell by your eyes you know.
Yes, baby, I know.
And they'll hang him, won't they?
Ganlon? No, baby, he's in the clear.
But he isn't. He can't be. He murdered my father. I know he did. You're lying to me, Speed.
Look, take it easy, baby. It's going to be all right. Just let's get it over with, and we can forget it, huh?
Get what over with? You're acting so funny, darling.
Take a look at this picture.
Huh? Oh, that's me, isn't it? When I was a little girl. I'm awfully far away, but I still know it's me. The smoke.
Don't you remember?
Please, Speed, my head's hurting. Don't.
Try to remember.
You're tormenting me. You're trying to hurt me.
That smoke is the explosion, isn't it?
I don't know.
You pushed the plunger.
I don't
remember
know.
While your father was inside the shaft. Remember?
I don't... Yes, I killed him.
All right, baby, that's all there is to it. You can forget.
I hated him. It's all I lived for. It's all I ever dreamed of. See his face bloody and battered. See his body mangled and dirty. I hated him. I hate you. I hate all men. If I could kill every man in the world.
Where did you get that gun, baby?
Out of your overcoat.
Yeah, better put it down.
I tried to kill Ganlon because he knew. Now you know.
Put it down.
It's too late, Speed. Goodbye, darling.
Listen, it's all over now. You were only a kid. I know how he treated you. The whole town covered up for you. They're still covering.
Goodbye.
When the door flew open, I ducked, and then the shots came. When I looked around, Ganlon was lying on the open door, the gun still in his hand. He walked right into it. Well, he must have got in one shot, though. That was enough. She was still breathing when I got to her. But that was about all.
It's all right now. Isn't it, darling?
Sure, baby. Everything's going to be all right.
Kiss me.
Yeah. How's that?
Oh, that's wonderful. But I wasn't so lucky this time, was I?
Not too lucky.
I didn't miss.
No, baby. You didn't miss. Well, anytime you want to buy an Excelsior 8, just come on in and see old Speed Evans. No, I won't tell you my troubles. Dames, that's my trouble. It's been dames as long as I can remember. It's too bad, though. We'd have probably had a couple of kids by now.
Suspense. Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, Roma, America's favorite wine. This is Ken Niles returning to our Suspense microphone with the brilliant star of tonight's play, Glenn Ford. Glenn, you did a magnificent job. Believe me, I want a recording of your performance for my own personal library of suspense records.
Well, thanks, Ken. You're a record fan, too, huh? Well, Mrs. Ford and I can't resist a brisk disc.
A brisk disc?
Yeah, you know, a torrid wax, a hot platter.
Oh, now I get you. Say, speaking of platters, Glenn, isn't Mrs. F. likely to serve you a nice sizzling platter garnished with a thick, juicy steak some night soon?
Oh, she's better, Ken.
Well, good, because I have a little gift for you that'll make any steak taste better.
Oh, suspense me no further, Ken. What's the secret?
Your gift, Glenn, is a basket of Roma, California wines presented by Roma, America's greatest vintner. In that basket is a bottle of red, robust Roma Burgundy, the perfect taste companion for tender steaks, abrasive broiled chops, or any red meat. Better tasting Roma Burgundy brings out all the natural hidden flavors in hearty foods, adds pleasure to every bite.
Roma Burgundy, huh? Well, I'll remember that, Ken.
Remember, too, that all Roma wines taste better because Roma starts with choicest grapes, guides them unhurriedly to tempting taste perfection with skill and resources unmatched in America. Then Roma places this luscious grape treasure with Roma wines of years before to await selection from the world's greatest wine reserves for your pleasure. That's why more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine.
Well, I can't think of a better endorsement. Thank you, and good night.
Glenn Ford appeared through the courtesy of Columbia Pictures and is soon to be seen starring in the Columbia Picture Frames. Tonight's suspense play was adapted by Irving Moore and Robert Richards from a story by Irving Moore. Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Agnes Moorehead as star of Suspense.
Produced and directed by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.